Hi developers, welcome back to Code Step by Step. My name is Anil and this is the complete course for Vue JS. Here we will cover all topics related to the Vue JS. We will start from scratch and we will go to the advanced level. So let's start with the question, why should you join this course? As we know on the internet, there is a lots of other courses related to the Vue JS. So what is so special about it? See, here we will cover all topics related to the Vue JS. With the every topic you will get interview questions so that you can get prepared for interviews and easily get a job. And after interview questions, examples, if you still have any query, you can ask me in the comment box or my Instagram account also. The link is given in the description box of my Instagram account. Every topic will be covered with the example so that you can get to know where we can use these topics in our projects. And all topics are well arranged. For example, first we will learn how we can make a function, then how we can call this function on a button click, then we will learn about form, then for form validation, then APIs and all. Everything is well arranged so that you can relate the things with each other and you will not get confused with the every topic, right? So let's take a look on the major topics of this video. Even we are covering all topics, but still I want to highlight some topics here. So first of all, we will learn what is Vue JS, installation, how we can use it with the CDN or with the command line, basics about Vue JS. Then we will learn components, functions and methods and properties, props, forms, form validations, event, loops, lifecycle methods, APIs, routing, interview questions, component communication. Component communication means how we can send data from parent to child component and child to parent component or to the sibling components, and there are lots of other things also, right? So now the question is, what is Vue.js? So this is a framework. Keep in mind, this is not a library, this is a framework and used for web apps. So when we are creating complex websites, so we call them web apps, right? And this is a progressive framework. That means the core developer behind the Vue.js are continuously working on a Vue.js to adding more features, enhancing more speeds and all, right? And the current version of Vue.js is 3. So might be you are watching this video after uploading 6 months or 1 year. That time might be version will be changed, but current version is 3. And we can make SPA with the Vue.js. So what is SPA? This is a single page application. That means our complete application will be on a single page. Whenever we will just click on any page, on link, our browser will not get refreshed. You will just find that very quickly we are changing the content on that page, right? That's why there's a no refresh, and if there is a no refresh, obviously website will be get a great speed. All right. So now let's talk about the history. So the first release of Vue.js in the Feb 2014. As I already told you, the current version is 3.0.5, or you can just say that this is a 3 point. That's very simple. There is a no point to just say that 0.5, right? And this is created by the Ivan Yu. Yes, Ivan Yu is basically a developer name, and he is basically working in with the Google. Currently maybe he's not working, but previously they are working with the Google. Some more points I want to tell you that first I just created the separate video for each topic, then I combine the all topics in a single video so that you can get everything in a single video and you will just get fewer ads and you will get more content, right? So this video is really important for beginners or the guy who don't want to install Node and npm and really worried about how npm actually work and why we need a command line interface for Vue.js, right? They just want simply use Vue.js like jQuery. So in this video we will use CDN package. There is a 3 primary way to use Vue.js. One is a CDN package, another is npm and CLI. In the upcoming video we will learn how to use Vue.js with the npm and CLI also, but in this video we will focus on CDN link. One more thing I want to tell you, for learning purpose you can use CDN, because for that you don't need to install Node, npm, or you don't need to use command line interface and all, right? So this is the simplest way to learn Vue.js. But when you use Vue.js for your official purpose in your office applications and project, then you might use npm or CLI, because they have lots of benefit that we will learn in this series next videos, right? So let's learn how to use CDN package. So these are the points. First of all, we need to make a index.html, and after that we will make a app.js. In the app.js file, we will write our Vue.js code, and this will be a simple HTML file. And in the HTML file, we will also add a Vue.js CDN link, right? So let's start. Let me open my desktop, and let me create a folder. So let's say my folder name is Vue Tut, and open this folder in your code editor. I am using Visual Studio Code, so I can use here code.command to open it. If you are using Sublime or Notepad++ or any other, then you can open this folder directly in your project, right? So this is the previous video file, so I can just remove it simply. And now let me add here one more file with the name of index.html, and let me add one more file which is app.js. So let's write here some HTML code, and we can remove this extra code. We don't need it. We just need only these type, that code, right? And we can change here some title like Vue 3 tutorial, like this, and add here a h1 tag. So let me add here hello Vue 3, and now let's run it. For that, I'm just copying the path from here and opening with it our browser. This is working fine, there is no issue. So now let's connect your app.js file with that, right? So but before that, what we can do here, you can use our CDN package. So this is the link. You can get this link from the official website, or I will provide you this link in the description box also, right? And one more thing, the code for this video is also available in my GitHub account. Link is again given in the description box. So let me add here in our header like this, right? So let's connect our app.js. Let me add here some code also, like console.log or von, whatever you can use, and put here app.js log, right? And here let's connect. So I'm just writing a script tag, and let me close it. Now you might be wondering that why I am adding this script tag on my just last of the code, right? Because the previous script tag, which is used for Vue.js, is added in the header. I will tell you the reason at the last of this video, because this is a little bit tricky, and this question can be asked in the interviews also. I will tell you how they can ask, right? So src, and let me put here app.js, and now let's try to run it, right? And let me refresh, and let's go on the info, and here we can find that app.js logs, and this is coming from app.js and from line number 1. That means our app.js is corrected. Now we can write here our code like this, right? So I can just remove this code for a moment, and let me take a const like app and put here view dot create app. So what this function will do and all, so don't worry about that for a moment, because the focus of this video and purpose of this video will be how to use CDN link, right? So what is a view and what is the create app, I will make the other videos and I will tell you everything in the detail, right? So let's focus on how to CDN work and how we can use it. And after that, we have a property, let's say template, and let me add here a template like h2 tag, and let me put here h2 tag close, hello with Vue CDN, right, or whatever you want to put. And now let's use here app.mount. Mount function will connect your Vue.js with HTML, and I need to put here any ID. With that div or that HTML element, it will connect. So I'm just making here a div, and let me put here ID. Let's say my ID name is app. Now keep in mind, which is a very important point, our Vue.js will work only inside this div, right? So if you are just writing some code here outside this div and want to use it with your Vue.js, this will not going to work, because this div is mounted with our Vue.js. That's why the things that will inside the app, this div, will work with our Vue.js, right? So let me just refresh our page and let's check out the output that we are getting. So here you can see that the code we are getting here, right? So now what actually happened if I am just using this Vue h1 tag inside it? It will remove this h1 tag, because now the div with the ID app is controlled by the Vue.js. So if I am just refreshing it again, then you will find this is saved. Then you will find we have only one h1 tag here, which is coming from template from here. If you want to use this one, then you can also put this tag here, right? Or you can put outside our app.js. All right, so this is a simple way. Now here you can see that this is working fine, right, after putting here, because everything is controlled inside div by our Vue.js. So I'm just removing it. All right, so I'm talking about one interview question. So what if I am putting this here? Now you will find that we have nothing to show as an output. Here you can say it. Why? Because in this app.js we are looking for ID app, but when our code is running from top to down, you will find that script tag is already run, but till that time our app ID or div is not created. That's why this is not working. And if we just using here, so with the top to down approach, our div is created first, then it will come to that file and it will find our this ID, right here. That's why this is working at the bottom and not working on the top. This is our third video on Vue.js tutorial, and in this video we will learn that how we can install Vue.js and create our first application. In last video I also told you that how you can use Vue.js without any installation, like we are using jQuery with the CDN and all, right? So these are the points for this video. First of all, we will install and download node and npm. After that we will install Vue CLI with the command line, and after that we will create our first application, run it on the browser, and we will check that everything is working fine. So let's just open a new tab for Chrome and write here node, right? You can jump directly on your node website, or you can just go through with the Google. So just click on a first link, node.js, and here from here you can download your node. There is a 2 version, which is 14.15.5 and 15.9.0. so this is the latest version, but this is the most stable version and recommended for the most users. So you can click on it and you can download it, right? I already once set up downloaded it, so without wasting any time I will just click on it and we can just install it. So now it will ask for some terms and condition acceptations and all. So we can just put here, in my system node.js is already installed. That's why it will just ask for remove, repair, or sorry for that, and change, right? So I'm just going with the change. So let's select that one and just do the next. And now this is installation is starting, right? So it just might be take some time if you are installing first time, but I'm just changing it because my node.js is already installed, so it will not gonna take much time. So we can just finish it, and after that let's just open the command line and put here node -v, right, for so that we can check that node is installed or not. Here we can see that node 14.15.5 is installed here, right? With that, npm is also installed automatically. We can check it with npm -v, and here you can check that 6.14.11, this is the npm version. So don't be confused why the both versions are different. Definitely they will always be different, so don't worry about that. Now first thing is done. Now what we can do here with our steps, so now we need to install Vue CLI, right? So just open here command line and we can install Vue CLI. So now you might be thinking that where and which folder we need to install this. So this is installed globally, right? I just want to show you the official documentation for that. Just right here introduction, so that we can jump quickly on the installation also. And here you can see that this is the command for installation Vue CLI, right? So here you will find npm install -g. -g means this is the global, so we can install it in any folder. It will automatically install in our complete system, that means globally, right? So don't worry about any folder and all, you can install it anywhere, right? So now just write here npm install -g @vue/cli and hit it. So it will again take some time for installation, so that I'm just going to pause this video so that we can save the time and all. So all right, our Vue CLI is also installed. So how we can check that? For that you can just simply put here Vue command, and if there is an error like command not found, that means there is something wrong. But if it will provide output like this, here you can see that we got the commands, versions and all, that means everything is installed perfectly. So here we can check that Vue version also. So okay, we need to use capital V, I think. And here you can see that our Vue CLI version is 4.5.11. Keep in mind, Vue CLI version and Vue version is always also different, like node and npm, right? Now let's go on the any folder where you want to install your application, your first application, I would like to say. So I want to install my application in Vue tut folder. Open command line and simply put here Vue create your application name. Let's say my application name is blog, and hit enter. So whenever we will hit enter, it will ask for some questions like on which version you want to use. So it will ask me that default version for Vue version 2 or Vue version 3, because this is a Vue version 3 series, so I will prefer Vue 3 and just hit it. Now it will just create a blog folder, and inside this blog folder, first of all we have a package.json, which is the most important file, because it will taking the carrying the detail of your application like version, script and package and all. After that it will generate your npm node modules, public folder, src folder and all, right? So again it will take some little bit time, and I'm gonna pause this video again. So application installed. Now we can just jump on blog and we can run our command npm, or you can just open this code inside the code editor also with the code command. If you are using Visual Studio Code, then this command will work. Otherwise, if you are using another another code editor like you can say Node or Sublime, then this command will not gonna work, right? So now just run it with the npm run serve command, and now you will find that your application is serving, and it will just take some moment to start your local virtual server. And you can just, okay, within that time this is just installing here, making build here, so we can just go through with it. We have a package.json file for all details, and src folders and the public folder and all. We will just take everything detailed knowledge in the next video. So now I think build is done here, and now you can just go to this URL with your browser, and this is working fine. As you can see that your application is running great. And in this Vue.js video tutorial, we will learn about file and folder structure of Vue.js application. As you know, in previous video we installed our application for Vue.js, And in this video we'll understand what is the purpose of these folders and files for our project, right? We will take a deep look for all these files. So these are the points. We will understand what is the package.json and package.log.json, and after that we will understand the src folder, and we will take a look on the components also. Even I will make a different video for component because this is a completely different topic, right? So but in this video we will just cover up some basics of component. After that we will apply our first change so that we can check that our changes are just reflecting here or not. And we will start with the first file, and which is most important file also, which is package.json. This file will carry the all details of your project, like project name, version, your project is public or private, scripts or dependencies, dev dependencies and all. And if you want to change your dependencies version, then you can do it here. You can change your script name, you can change the application name and the version name, whatever you want to do. So we basically do the changes in this file, right? After that, package log.json, and we never make any kind of change in this file. Even if we just deleted this file, then it will not impact our project. Whenever we will run the npm install command again, this file will automatically generated again. So what this file will basically carry, so it will take the tree structure of your dependencies. For example, we are using the babel core, right? So might be this package have some internal dependencies, because this package might be using some other packages also. So like code frame, generators, helpers, parser and all. So it will carry the detail of these all packages. So maybe you are using a bootstrap package, and your bootstrap package might be using some internal dependencies like jQuery, tables or some css. So it will just take the all detail here and tell you that these are the internal dependencies of that package, right? So if you delete this file, so it will not gonna impact on your project at a basic level. After that, readme.md, so you can say that this is basically a rule book of your project. So if you want to just apply some rules like rules for functions, classes, variable, then you can mention here. You can mention your commands here, or if you want to mention your project detail, then you can also mention here, right? So this is basically taking a description of your project, kind of say that, right? After that, babel.config.js. So babel is basically used for making your application compatible with your browser. Sometimes we are adding some modern code for our application, but these code actually not supported by the browser. So it will make your code compatible with your browser, right? After that, git ignore. So it will tell that the files which you don't want to update on your git repository. So we never update the node modules on our git repository because they are useless. Actually, they are not useless. I just want to say that if you will upload them on your server, that time they are useless, because whenever any project or when a developer just start with the coding, then he must have to use npm install command. So that time all files or all node modules will be reinstalled. So there is no point to push them on github server, and they are actually taking the lots of space. Here you can see that there is a lots of package, right? So we don't need to push them because it will just carry the lots of space. After that, now let's talk about the node modules even. So these are the package that are supporting by the dependency or the dev dependency or the any internal dependencies of our package, right? So even you can see that we are not using too much these package, and these are not even mentioned in our package.json, right? Let me just close it. Here you can see that there is only some packages are defined in the dev dependencies and dependencies. So why they are so much package? Because they are the internal dependencies of our these package, right? After that, public folder, it have the two files. First one is favicon. As you know, favicon is just used for showing a icon here like this, right? And again the second one is index.html. so this is our only single html file in our project, and it will carry a div that have a id app, right? And this ID is basically connect your HTML to your Vue.js. Here you can see that main.js, and the main.js is basically entry point of your JavaScript in your application. Here you can see that the app ID is mounted with our Vue application, right? All right, after that, as I already told you, main.js is basically entry point your application. App.vue, from here we are starting with our Vue code. For a moment you can see that a completely difference in main.js. Here have our colorful code, but there is a no colorful code. Why? Because our browser can understand .js file, but our code editor never understand app.vue, right? Because Vue extension is not normally used, so we can download any extension with your code editor. There is a lots of extension, so that our code editor can understand the Vue file code also, right? In the next video we will add these extensions also. All right, so this is basically a component, or you can say that the top level component. In every component you will find that a template, script, and some style, and the same thing is also here. And this is our first top level component, right? So can you start with your code from here? Yes, you can start from here if you are a expert level in a Vue.js. If you are intermediate or a beginner, then I will recommend you make your component inside components folder, right? Like a hello world.vue, this is our first component, and you can make our second component like data.vue or something, whatever you want, right? And don't modify in the app.vue, because might be you just made any silly mistake and it will just take you lots of time to use them. So for a beginner and intermediate level, never change in the app.vue, right? So all right, we cover all these things. Yes, one more thing, which is here you can see that assets. So in the assets we can put our images, extra or public files, or you can also add your CSS kind of things, right? And let's take a look on the hello world.vue also. Here this is again a component. You can see that we have a template first of all. After that we have a script tag. Here we will write our you can say JavaScript code. Here we will write our HTML code, and here in a style we will write our style code also. So this is a basic, or you can say that fine introduction of your Vue application, and I hope now you understand that use of every files and all. If you still have any kind of issue, you can ask me in the comment box, and don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. Yeah, one more thing which is actually just forgot. So I just want to show you that how we can make our first change. For that you just need to go inside app.vue, and you can just change this message, welcome to your Vue app, Vue.js app. Here you can see that, right? So I want to just make it change here, like welcome to code step by step, and you can see that the changes are reflecting here. So this is the first code. In the upcoming video we will make more components, we will understand this more code. In this Vue.js video tutorial we will understand our code flow. We will understand that how we can register and deregister components, how we can add some style, how we can remove styles, and we will check out our changes on here you can see that on our output screen. And one more, which is a very important feature, we will add two plugins for our project, which is for Vue file highlighter, and second one for Vue formatter, right? Here you can see that our main.js file, which is a JS file, is well highlighted and in a well readable form. But whenever you will open app.js or app.vue or hello world.vue, because they have a .vue extension, they are not highlighted, because our code editor cannot understand .vue extension. For that we need plugins, and even they cannot make it in a formatter, right? So that's why we need two plugins, one for highlighter, second one for formatter. And these are the major points. We will understand our code, we will understand our components, how we can register and deregister, how we can remove the code and add the code also, and we will check out our changes on the output screen. Before starting with this video, I want to share information with you. If you are looking to purchase domain name or hosting, then you can purchase it with the Domain Razor. The plans is just starting with the 59 rupees per month, and they have lots of other features like They will provide you 20 times faster hosting, e-commerce tools like Magento, WordPress, and they will provide you website backup, unlimited space and bandwidth. They will provide you easy to access for cPanel. cPanel will help you to control your website, adding more pages. That will basically completely control your website, right? So, and lots of other features also. You can just go to the website and check out there, right? So let's get back to our video. So first of all, let's add the plugins so that we can highlight these syntax. So just search here Vue. Whenever you will search Vue, then you will find a syntax highlight for Vue.js. Just install it and just go back to our hello world.vue file. Now you can see that your code is completely highlight as main.js. Great. Again, just find here Vue format, right? And you can install this format, and now you can format your code also. So just come back to the code, app.vue, and here you can see that Vue format, right? So let's say your code is not formatted like this, and you can say this, right? So just go to the with the Control Alt P or click right click and just select this menu, and now your code will be formatted, and it will save your time and it will just make you a professional developer also. All right, so now let's talk about our entry file. Main.js is our entry file. Here you will find only 3 lines of code. In a first line, we are actually importing our create application from Vue package, right? Second one, we are importing our app.vue file, and in third point we are mounting our Vue.js code with our application. That means our with the HTML, right? How we are mounting? We are creating mounting our application, which is importing from app.vue with app ID. So where this ID is actually placed, just go to the public folder and open index.html. Here you can see that you have a div with the ID app, right? So your application, your Vue.js is bind with this HTML page through this div ID, right? Your Vue code will not gonna work outside this div, and if you will write something inside your div, Vue.js will remove this code, right? So this is our entry file. Here you can see that, and our first component is app.vue. In every component you will find 3 things. One is template, second one is your script. In template we basically write our HTML, and this is our script, so you can say that this is our JavaScript code, and last one is style. Here we will write our style, right? So if you want to remove this style, then you can remove here. So we will check the output here. So now this page is looking more beautiful, but whenever you will remove this code, you will find that this code is shifted on the left side because the code is just written for the center to our component. That's fine. So now you will find in app.js our one component is imported, which is hello world. Whenever you will use any component, you have to write the code in a 3 places. One, first of all you have to import this component, then you have to register this component, and after that at the last you have to apply this component like this, right? So if I am just going to remove this code from here like this, then you will find that there is an error, right? You can see that the hello world component is registered but not in used. So if you just remove it from here, then you will find another error, and you will find that hello world is defined but never used. So we can remove it from here also like this, and now we have only one logo here, right, which is coming from here, and we can remove this one also if you want. And now we have nothing to write, so you can write here some h1 tag or something, whatever you want, like this, like hello, like this, right? And this is working fine. So let's just come back here and use this code, right? So now, so we don't have this code like installed CLI plugins and this text. So where this text is coming from? This is coming from hello world component. So you guys might be confused that why we are writing like code like this. So some code we are putting in app.vue, some code we are putting in a hello world.vue files. Why we are just doing this? Because whenever you are making a big application, then you cannot write all of your code in a single file. So we have to divide this code in a separate files. Like we can make a separate component for header, separate component for footers and search bar and all, right? So in the upcoming videos we will learn about more about component. We will create one component and we will just reuse them and all, right? I will show you. So this code is also, I can see that extra, so we can remove it for a moment. Here you can see that. And I just want to remove this style also, because we are not learning style in this video. I want to show you the minimum code here, right? Now you can see that we have a image and we have some text, and this text is just passing from app.vue to here. Here you can see that this h1 tag is placed, and this text in a message property is passing from hello world. So they just want to show, because this is the by default code, they just want to show that you can pass data from one component to second component. Like they just add a property with the message and pass some data, like view your code from here to here, right? So this is another feature they want to show you at a first impression. So all right, so I hope you just got that code. First of all, main.js file is actually running, and this file bind our HTML page with the Vue.js. After that, app.vue file is our first component, and here we are included our hello world component. And for every component we need to do three things. First, we have to import it, register it, and use it. In this Vue.js video tutorial, we will learn that how we can make our first component. So we will learn what is a component as in theoretical way. After that, we will make component, how we'll use it, how we can add style it. We will learn everything, and at the last we will discuss two important interview questions also. So let's start with the points of this video. First of all, we will make a file for our component. We will define the template and script. After that, we will import it in the other component, might be in a app component or whatever component you want to use, right? Or after that, we will add some style with this component, and at the last we will discuss some interview questions. So first question is that what is component? So component is basically a piece of code. So let's discuss in a general language. So what is component? Let's say component is a part of your machineries, or any machine, like you have a car, right? So you can say that your tire is a component of your car, your engine is another component of your car, like gearbox and windows, everything is a component of your car, right? With the same way, you can say that header, footer, sidebar, pages are the components of your application, right? So one more thing, you can reuse these components like function. For example, let's say you are just create a header or footer for one time, and you can reuse them in all pages, right? So this is basically a component in a theoretical way. So how we can make it? So now let's learn that. First of all, we need to make a file for that. So where we can make a file, you can make it anywhere inside your src folder. You can make it inside assets component, or without any nested folder. So but this is recommended that we must have to create components inside component folder, right? So let's make a file, and my file name is home.js, not js, it should be Vue, because we are using Vue.js. After that, we need to define two things here. First is template. Let's close it like this. Let me close it properly. After that, we need to define here script. So just define here script, close this script, and now let's define some h1 tag or something that you just want to add in your component. So I'm putting here a normal text like home component, right? And let's close your h1 tag now. After that, in a script we can export our component directly, export default, and here we can put your component name like home. We can add some more properties here, like we can define props, we can define another component or register component, or we can add here functions also. But for a moment, let's focus on a basic component and just define only a name here, right? So our component is ready. How we can use it? For that, let's go in another component like hello world or app.view. So let me use it in a app.view. First of all, we have to import it. Import home from components home.view, right? So this is a similar path as we are just importing the home world, right? Hello world. And now we need to register it, like hello world is already registered like home, and now we can use it in our template like home, and we can close it. Now let's check out the output. Okay, so I just need to put here a dot, and now you can see that we have a image. After that we have, this is the image, then hello world, and at the last we have a home component. We can use it on a top of our template also, like this, right? We can use it whatever, and we can reuse it like again and again and again, right? And now you will find that we have lots of home component. Let me just undo it. This is fine. All right, so we created a file, we defined template and all, we imported and used it. So how we can add style? So for that, let's go to the home and let me add here a style tag like this, and let me put here scoped. Okay, I will show you what is scoped later, but for a moment let me add here only h1 tag and put here a color which is orange. So now you will find that we just change the color inside, we are just apply the color inside only home component, but this is also applied on the hello world component. Why? Because CS is actually always apply globally. So how we can stop it? For that, you can just simply add here a scoped word in your style tag, and now your style will be applied only on your tag, only on your component, right? So this can be a question for you, that how you can just wrap your style only inside your component. It should not be applied outside your component. So the answer is, we can add a keyword scoped with your style, and it will just stop to using outside the component, right? So now the first question and second question, can we pass data from one component to the another component? Yes, we can. So here you can see that we can just pass some data from home component from here, and we can print it like here. For example, in a hello world, we just pass some data in a message property like welcome to your Vue JS, and we are using it in hello world like this, right? In this Vue 3 video tutorial, we will learn about interpolation and data, and we will start with what is interpolation, what we can do with interpolation, how we can pass data from script to template. Here you can see that we are using a script tag for writing our JavaScript code and template tag for writing our HTML code. So how we can pass some data from script tag to HTML, we will learn this thing also. And at the last, I will ask you a question, and I will provide you the answer of this question in the same video also, so that you don't need to wait for next video. The first question is, what is interpolation? So interpolation will help us to write JavaScript code inside the template part or in HTML, right? So let's say you just want to use some JavaScript method, variable or functions inside this HTML part. Then how you can do it? You can do it with the interpolation, and you can just use interpolation with the double curly braces like this, right? So let's say you just want to use plus operation here, addition. So what you can do here, so 10 plus 10, you can simply write here, and here is the output of our this code 20, right? So if you just remove this double curly braces, we call it interpolation, then you will find that now they are not applying the arithmetic operation, which is addition, right? So we can do it with double curly braces. So we can do much more things. For example, let's say I want to check the length of this hello string. So we can do it hello dot length inside our this curly braces, and here you can see that we have a length of 5 because it have the 5 characters, right? So if have with some other like hello world or something, then this is again working great. So that's okay. Now the next thing is how we can pass data from script to HTML tag and how we can use it. Obviously we can use it with the you can say that the interpolation, but how we can pass data. So let's try. So I have a email property here and it have email address like anil@test.com. So can I use directly here? Actually not, right? So let's see. Whenever you will just use it and you will put here email, then you will just find here email and colon. There is nothing to display here because this property cannot understand that how I can just communicate with our script tag. For that, what we need to do, we have to define a data function here. So let's define data, and it must have a return statement. Inside return we can return a object, and here let's put here email and just define anil@test.com. and now you can see that our email address. We can define more properties. Let's say I want to print here mobile, right? And let's say my mobile number is 9999. This is not my mobile number, so don't try to call on it. And let me define here mobile inside interpolation, and this is working great. We can also define functions. So let's say I have a function like a get name, and we can return something here, return Anil Sidhu, and we can use it here. Let me just simply put here name and put here get name, and this is a method, so we have to use brackets. This is again working fine, right? Even we can pass some data dynamically with here. Let's say I'm just passing here Anil Sidhu, and we can get this data in X parameter, and here we go. This is again working fine, right? Here you can see that. So that's all for this video. Yeah, one more thing which is very important, and this is an interview question. Can we assign some values inside our interpolation? So let's say I just want to change some value or define some value inside my mobile, right? So let's say I want to just define here 8888 rather than 9999. So can we change it? Here you can see that. Okay, for that I just need to use single you can say assignment operator, and now you can see that this is changed or assigned, right? All right, it can be asked in the interview question, can we assign a value inside our interpolation? Yes, we can assign in Vue JS, but when we are talking about Angular, we cannot assign it, right? This is the difference between Angular interpolation and Vue interpolation. In this Vue JS video tutorial, we'll learn that how we can define and use method in Vue JS. So these are the 4 points for this video. We will learn how we can define and use method, how we can use this property and data properties inside function. In last video, I told you that how you can send data from script tag to HTML or template tag, right? So for that we define a data function, and we just return some properties, and we can use this property directly inside our interpolation. So this is my possibilities that we need these properties inside our functions also, which we will define inside our script tag. So how we can use them also inside function, I will tell you. and at the last I will ask you a question and I will provide you the answer of that question in the same video, so that you don't need to wait this answer for next video, right? So let's see how we can define methods. So for that you need to use methods property like this, and inside it we can just define methods like get name. We can use like this, and we can return our values. So let's say I'm returning my name, which is Anil Sidhu, right? And we can simply use this method inside our HTML template right here. So I can just put here name, and now simply put here get name like this, and in output you can see that. Okay, so let me check what's wrong with it. I don't need to put here a comma because we are returning a statement. Now you can see that we got a name here, right? Great. So we can use parameter also inside this function. So let's say I'm putting my parameter name like Sidhu, and let's put here parameter name, and let's return this name, and let's check the output. This is working great, and we can reuse it also. So let's say I'm putting here a Bruce for a second time, right? And let's see, the output is again working fine. All right, so how we can define the second method also? So for that you just need to use another method like get data or something, and let's say inside this function I am returning a object, right? So I'm putting two keys here, which is name and email address also. So let me put here email address, and which is Anil@Sidhu. Great. And now let's use this function. Just put here data, get data, and now you can see that this is actually returning the complete object. That's fine, but how we can get the name or email address from this function? For that you can put here dot name, and you can see that we are getting name. If we will put here email address, then we can get this email address, right? Great. So now let's say we have a situation that we want to use this email address inside our get data function. So how we can do it? For that you just need to put here this dot email, right? And now you will find that we are getting Anil@Sidhu, right? So let's change it Anil@test.com, so that we can check that this is working fine or not. Here you can see that this is also replaced with the Sidhu replaced with the test. So with that way we can use our this keyword and data properties with the functions also. So now it's time to interview question. So can we pass these functions from one component to another component? Yes, we can pass, and we can use it either, right? So this is just a theoretical answer, and I will make a separate video on it when I will make a video that how we can put a communication between two components. That time I will show you that how we can send the data, send the functions, object, and from one component to another. In this Vue JS 3 video tutorial, we will learn about Vue JS events. So these are the points of this video. First of all, we will learn that how we can use click event, how we can call a function on click event, how we can pass data with the events, and we will also learn that how we can make double click event and one more event for mouse move. And in this video, we will learn interview question so that it can help you to crack interviews. So let's define a button, right? And I can just close this button tag, and let's add some text also like click me. Now I want to add a event, or let's say we are just defining a function. We will call a function on this button click, right? So let's define here methods And as you know, here we can define our method. Let's say get data, and here I can make alert. And in alert we can put here like function called or something. Now let's click on it. Sorry, we don't need to use on click like this because this is a React syntax. I just puzzle about that, right? So let's use here v, that means view hyphen on, and your event name, like say click event, mouse move, double click, whatever you want to perform, right? And after that you can just call your function like get data like this, right? So now let's see, is it working or not? Click on that, and here you can see that function called. Great. So now let's see how we can pass some parameters. So I'm putting here some data like button 1 clicked, and just get the data like this, data, and alert it. Now let's again hit button, and we got a error, I think. Really? Yep, I got that, because we just need to use here single quotes. Many time developers do these kind of mistakes because we are using already double quotes here, so inside it we can use single quotes only, right? Now I'm clicking on it, and here you can see that button 1 clicked. So let's say if have one more button like this, here we can put here button 2 clicked, button 2 click. So now I want to change this event in the double click, so just put here dbl click. Now on a first click this is working fine, but whenever I will click on a second button, you will say nothing is actually happen. Again try, nothing actually happen because we are used here double click. So if I am hitting a double click here very quickly like this, then you can see that button 2 click. Great. So now let's see how we can use event on this h1 tag, or you can see that mouse move event, right? So just put here on v on mouse move, and our function name, let's say get console like this, right? And let's define a function get console, and make console here. Why I am not using here alert? Because if we are just using alert on move, then it will just make lots of alert button, because mouse move button is hitting very quickly, right? So just put here event is fired, and let's make it refresh. Sometime we need to make it refresh, and okay, I just need to go on you can see that logs, or you can just simply hide this, right? And now you can see that this event is fired, and it's working very quickly, so that if I'm just putting here alert, then I have 180 alerts here, and I will really die to just close them. So all right, after that maybe in interview questions they can ask that how we can change a property value, data property value, with the help of click event or any other event, right? So let's say I have a h2 tag here. Inside it I want to print some data property. For that, let me define here data function return let me just format it, and need to correct this spelling, and I need a 1 comma here also. And now I can define a property, let's say count, and by default value of this property is 0, and I can print this property in a double brackets, double angular brackets, you can say that, curly braces. And now we can refresh it again. because we don't need these columns here. And now this is working fine. Sorry guys for errors. So here you can see that we got a 0 value here. So on a button click I want to change it, right? So how can I change this value? For that, on a button click, let's say you don't need to pass this data, so we can remove it, and you can remove this here and put here this dot count equal to this dot count plus 1. And now here you can see that this is working great, right? And even we can minus it on a double click if you want, right? Let's say -1, right? So if I will just use here this one, so here you can see that we have some values, and from here we can minus it. It will just double click actually confusing us to clicking on a double. So what we can do here, let's add here only single click, right? So that we can just save to the confusion, right? So okay, actually I just need to call it on that way, right? Now the minus working fine and plus is also working fine. So that's the way that how we can change our events. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue.js video tutorial, we will learn about two-way binding. So these are the points for this video. First of all, we will learn theoretically what is two-way binding, and after that we will learn what are the issues without two-way binding, how we can apply two-way binding, and interview questions also. So let's discuss about what questions can be asked on two-way binding. First thing is in Vue.js or AngularJS, two-way binding is really important because it can save your time and it can save your code base also, right? Even other frameworks and libraries also provide the two-way binding, but Angular and Vue are the most popular, right? So first question is, what is two-way binding? Two-way binding simply means bind a property from two sides, right? So what are the two sides? One side is Vue and second side is modal. I want to show you in a code base. So this is our Vue part, and you can say that this is our modal part. So binding a property from both sides, from Vue and from the modal side. And whenever we will update this property from template or Vue side, then it will reflect immediately inside our modal part. And whenever we will update our property from modal, then it will reflect immediately inside our template or Vue part, right? That we called two-way binding. So I want to show you an example. So let's say we have an input box with a type, let's say text, and I am closing it. Now I have a property. Let me define a property here. Return, let's say my property name is count, or whatever you want to take. Let's say take is data property, and initial value is you can say that 0 for a moment, right? And let's print this property inside a h2 tag and use interpolation to print it like data, right? Now you can see that this is great. So now what I want that if anything I will just type inside my text box, it should be reflect here. So for that, in a ordinary way, what can I do? First of all, I will just get the value from this text box, and after that we will update this data value inside a function. So I need to get the value, then define it to function, then need to assign this value inside data property. So this is a long way. So what we can do here, we can make it a two-way data binding. For that, let's put here v modal and put your property name, which is data. Now whenever I will update this text box value, it will be updated inside my data property, right? And it will reflect here. Or whenever I will update anything, this property anywhere inside my model, then it will be reflect here also. So let's say I'm putting my initial value is like 100, then you will find the both place have the 100 value, right? That means whenever I will update value in model, it will automatically reflected in the view. One side binding is done, and let's check out the second one binding. So whenever I will put here some values like 1000 or something, anything like Anil, Sidhu and anything, then this value is reflecting here. That means data value is updated immediately inside view and printed here, right? So we can say that this is working in a two-way binding. Whenever we will update this data property value in the model, it will reflecting in the view, and whenever we will update this value inside view, it will reflecting inside the model. So if you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue.js 3 video tutorial, we will learn that how we can get value from input fields, right? We will make two input fields like email and password, and we will get these input fields value, right? After that, we will make a function, and when we will call this function, it will print the value of these two input fields, right? And we need to also define data properties for these two fields like email and password. After that, we will apply the two-way bindings. What is two-way binding? I already explained you in last video. Link is given in the description box if you want to watch that video, right? And at the last, I will ask you a question. Even I will provide you the answer of that question, but the example for this interview question I will provide you in the next video, because the explanation need a separate video, and this is really good video for interview questions. So, and if I will just do these things in that video, then this video will gonna very lengthy, right? So we will made a separate video for this interview question. So we will get our output here, and we will write our code on that home component. So first of all, I am just going to make input fields like input type, let's say text, and after that we can also use placeholder, and with the placeholder we can simply put here enter email, right? And we can close it like this. After that, we can made one more field, and we can provide this type password, and right here enter password, and let's apply. Okay, let's check out the output first of all, and you will find that both fields are actually in a same line, or you can say that in a same row, you can say that, right? So we need to just get in the next or below to the field, so we can use here br tag. We can also use style, but to save the time for a moment, I will use just these br tags, right? And at the last, we can put here a button, and just simply put here get data, right? And we can define here type is like button, and put here event also. So just simply put here v, that means view on click, and just write here function name get data. This function is not defined yet, so let's define first of all it, right? So simply put here method, even methods, not method, and after that let's use here get data method, and for a moment let's make a console here, console.warn, and put some text like function called or something. All right, and okay, so we got error here. So what is that? Let me check it out. First thing, it actually I forgot to just close this button, right? I think that is the only error. Now great. So whenever I will click on it, now you can see that function is called, that is working fine. Great. So now let's define data properties here. So let me put here data function and define our properties. For that I need to use a return statement, return, and in a return simply put here data, sorry, we can put an email address, which is our field name, can be null, and similarly password can also be null, right? And after that, let's bind these fields with the data values with the field. So how we can bind here? V model and our field name, which is like email, and similarly we can put here for password also and use here V model password. Great. After that, let's print these fields here, like put values, and simply put here this dot email comma this dot password, right? So let me put here some values like anil@test.com, and password, let's say 123, a very simple password. Let's click on, and I think this page is not refreshed yet, or I forgot to save, right? Try to again, anil@test.com, password 123, get values, and now you can see that we are getting values here, right? So with that way we can get the values. So the interview question is here. So can we use model binding with the you can say checkboxes and radio button also? Yes, we can get. Then again you can have another question, because if we will bind our model with the checkbox, so might be we have the multiple checkboxes, like for hobbies we can have traveling, reading, and listening music, playing volleyball and all. So how we can grab these all values in a single property with the help of module, right? So these are the lots of kind of question we will learn in the next video. In this Vue.js 3 video tutorial, we will learn that how we can get value from checkbox and radio button. In last video, we learned that how we can get value from input box. So this is also a slightly similar video, but the difference is in this video we will learn that how we can apply two-way binding with array. When we have multiple options for checkboxes, that how two-way binding will work, and how we can get all these values in a single property and all, right? So let's start. This is our output screen. Here we will check our output, and in home.view component we will write our code. So let's start. First of all, I am just making a checkbox. So put here input type is, let's say, checkbox, and we can put a value, like value can be like PHP or Java, or whatever you want. And we can also put here ID, let's say ID is again Java, right? So I am putting a headline here, like h3 tag, so that we can identify what are these checkboxes are actually showing. So I'm putting here technology, right? So here you can see that now we have a technology heading with the checkbox, but there is a no checkbox name like Java and all. So what I'm just going to do, I am putting here a label like this, and let me put here Java, right? Like this. Now this is a little bit good, but when we will clicking on Java, the checkbox should also select and unselect. So what we can do it for, so we can add here a for property, and in this for property we can just address the ID. So let's say Java, and now you will find that whenever you will clicking on this checkbox or the Java label, the checkbox is actually checking and unchecking. That's great. And we can make some more checkboxes like similar, let's say I'm putting here for PHP and Node. So let me put here Node. Node, and we can put here value also like Node, and ID we can just mention in a smaller case, and let's address this label to this ID. Great. And at the last we can define here PHP ID and value, and inside for attribute, and let's define the text also as a PHP. So now you can find that everything is working fine, right? So now how we can get these values on you can say that in some h1 tag or some other ways like in a property, right? So for that, first of all we need to define here property like data. This is basically function to define our property. We can return here some values. I am putting here technology, right? And by default it should be blank array, right? If you don't take array, then it will just take a one value, also only one value. But if you just define it like array, then it can grab multiple values, right? And at the last, what I'm just going to put, let me check here, h4 tag, let me close it, h4 tag, and let me put here technology like this, and here I am put here in a double curly braces technology, right? And by default you will find that there is a no technology, and whenever we are selecting on it, they are still not working because we did not define yet binding with this property with these values, right? So let me add here v model, and here we can add here technology property, and let's do the same thing with the other checkboxes also. And now let's see, whenever I will just clicking on some any technology, they are just actually showing in our heading tag, right? That's great. Even we can just check, uncheck, whatever we want, right? So that's great. Now we learned that how we can get these values from radio button also, right? So now let me just grab this label and input box again, and I am putting here some br tag here so that we can maintain some space. Even we should use here CSS, but we are not actually learning here style, we are focusing on logical part. That's why I am just using br tag to save our time. So now let me put here radio button. For that we have a value. I am just removing this two-way binding for a moment. Let me put here ID like student. So I am putting a heading also again. So let me add here a heading like profession, right? And value can be also student, and it should be bind with the student ID. So in a for, let's put here a student, and text again student. So now what we are getting here, student like this, right? And this is checking with the, okay, let me refresh it. Now it should not be checked with that, right? Because last time we just put here a v model. So let's copy it again and make one more label, and here I can put here developer in a value, and ID should be same, and here we can again put here developer as text, right? So great. But now you can see that you can select both things, but how you can be a student and developer for a moment? You cannot be a student, or you can only be a student or developer. So we can put here the same name to the both text box like name, and here let's put here profession, and let me add with the same name here also. Now you will find that you can check only one checkbox, here or here. Excellent. So let me add one more property here like profession, and by default it can be a null, and let me add here a v model, right? So, and again we can print it also. So let me put here profession, or we can simply put here I am a student or I am a developer, right? So let me check technologies, like I know Node and Java, and I can put here I am a student or a developer, which is not actually showing me. Just give me a moment where I just made some mistake or something. I think there is nothing wrong actually, we just need to refresh it and now it should work fine. And here you can see that I am a student or I am a developer or I know these technologies. So if you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue.js 3 video tutorial, we will learn that how we can apply if-else condition in Vue.js, or you can say that how we can apply conditional rendering with Vue.js, right? So these are the points. First of all, we will write some HTML code, and after that we will apply if-else conditions on that code. And we will also check that how we can make if-else condition on a button click. And at the last I will ask you a question, and even I will provide you the answer in the same video also. So now let's start. So this is our Vue.js application running here for output, and here we will write our code. So first of all, I am making a data property here. So let me return here, and my property name is, let's say, show, and by default it's true, right? Now I am putting here if v minus if is true, then it should be only visible, right? So now in that case it will be visible, and this is right here, right? If I'm making it false, now this condition will be gonna false. So now you will find there is no text. So that's if condition. How we can just show a else condition? This is again a very simple. You can put here v else, and you don't need to put here equal to and all for that. Just simply put here else condition. You can just put here you are in else part or something, right? So let me just refresh it. Now you can see that you are in else part because we are just putting here false. So if I'm putting here true again, then now you will find here conditions in Vue.js. Here we go, right? So how we can change these things with the button click also? So let me just add here a button, and close it right here. Click me. For a moment I am just going to hide that one, and I will make it true and false, right? So just write me here v hyphen, it should be a small v, v hyphen on click, and for that what I'm just going to put here show is false. Whenever I will click on it, now this data is hidden here because we are just changed this condition in a false, and now this will be in a hidden form. So now there is an interview question. So sometimes they can ask that how you can just make a div or h1 tag toggle on a button click. Whenever we will just hide it, after we will click on a first click it will be hidden, and the another click it will be show and hide and show and all. How we can do it? For that you don't need to just do much more things. You can just simply put here opposite of show. That means if you are this value of show is true, then it will become false, and if this is a false, then it will become its vice versa. So now you can see that this is working great, right? All right, So how we can make these toggle conditions with the if else. So let's just put here else, and now you will find one of them, like else part or something, else part, condition part and all. With that way you can use a toggles with the if else condition. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS video tutorial, we will learn that how we can apply for loop in Vue JS 3. So these are the points for our video. First of all, we will make a simple array inside our data properties and we will apply a for loop on it. And in this video, we will obviously cover an interview question. So we will also learn that how we can apply loop on array of objects. In interviews, this is the frequently asked question. First thing is that they can ask that what is array of object. We will discuss that thing also, and after that they can ask you that how we can apply a loop on array of objects. This is our output screen, and this is our home.view component. Here we will write our code. So first of all, I am defining a data function here so that we can define our properties. So let me return a statement here. So let me just use take a property like technology, right? And it will be an array, and we can define some items here, like Java is a technology, like a PHP technology, that we can define node technology. Again we can define HTML and ASP and all, right? So there is a lots of technologies. We can make our for loop with these. That's enough for a moment. All right. And after that we can take here a UL, because even you can apply this for loop on div, h1 tags and all, but lists are always recommended because they will provide you complete order, right? So here let's define li also, and in li what we can define v, that means view 4, and here what we can do, we can just put here item in technology, right? So what actually this line will do, it will just grab item one by one and make a loop of these, right? And for that we also need to define a key. So just put here colon key equal to item, like this. And here we can put here double curly braces and just simply put here item, and now you can see that we got a list of these items like here, right? So this is a simple example. Now let's see what is array of object. So I'm defining a property like users, and after that we can take array. So users can be like a simple name like Anil. After that we can have a Peter. After that last one can be like Sam and all, right? But sometimes we have the more detailed information like name, email address, phone number and all. So how we can do that and how we can manage these all things, right? So for that we can take here a object like this, and we can define here name, and name can be like Anil. After that we can define here email address. Email address can be like anil@test.com or something, right? We can format it. Now this is basically a array of object, but we can define more objects inside it, like second one and like third one and all, and we can change simply name like Sam, and last one can be a Peter, right? So now let's see that how we can apply a for loop on it. So I'm just putting here some br tags so that we can maintain some space in both of these list. After that again let's take a ul, close it, ul. Now let's take a li like this, and you can also put some space if you want like this, so that you will just feel that your code is in a formatted way. And after that we can simply apply view 4, and again we can take here a item in users, and let's define here key, and in a key what we can put here item dot ID, but we don't have any ID for a moment, right? Because we have only name and email. So you can put here like name, but if you have ID, then always put here ID as in key, right? Because name can be duplicate. So after that, let's simply put here item dot name, and here you can see that we got the item dot names, and with the same way you can also put here email, like item dot email. Now we got the email address also. So let it make more sensible, like user name is Anil and email is like this. So again, now this is looking more better than the previous. So with that way we can apply a for loop in Vue JS, simple for loop, as well as an array of object for loop. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 video tutorial, we will learn that how we can pass data from parent component to child component. These are the points for this video. First of all, we will make our child component, then we will import it and use it in our parent component. And after that, we will pass some static data. And after checking that data is working fine, we will pass properties, objects, function in this component. And we will also cover our interview question. And our interview question will be like, can we pass function from parent to child component? The answer is yes, we can pass and we can use also. And how we can pass and use it and call it on a button click, I will show you on this example. This is our output screen, and here we will write our code. So first of all, I'm just going to collapse all data, and then let's open the components, and here let's make a new component with the name of child.view, right? And after that, let's define our template and close this template also like this, and let's use a script tag. We can close this script tag also like this, right? And now let's write here some h2 tag, and what we can do here, we can simply put here, let's say like some text like child component or something. Now in a script tag, simply put here export default, and we can put here our component name here, and my component name, let's say child, right? So this is our basic and simplest component example. Great. Now we can import it in our home. So let's import it. Import child from child.view, right? Sorry, it's not slash, it's just a .view. Great. And now we can define a property here, let's say components, and here we can register our component, let's say child, right? Every component should be registered here after importing, and now we can use it like here, and if everything is fine, it should be displayed here. So here you can check that child component, this is imported and displayed here. Perfect. So now let's try to pass here a simple data like name, and I'm putting here Bruce, right? And now how we can just print this data here? For that, first of all, we have to use here props property, and we can register here what data we want to pass like name, and now we can use it in a double curly braces and put here name, and here you can see that Bruce is displayed here. That means this is working fine. So we just now we passed your static data. So now let's define some properties. So let me put here a data function return statement, and let me pass here some data like user, and here I'm putting here user information like name. Again I will put here Bruce, and now let's define a second key for it like email can be bruce@rest.com, right? And yeah, with that, one more thing we can do here, we can just simply put here name and we can put here like Bruce, right? But how can I pass this name here? For that we can pass it like simply name property, right? But now you will find that there is something missing actually, right? First thing is I need to put here a comma. That is my bad. Again, now you can see that we are just receiving here name, right? Because by mistakenly we passed here the name as a string. So how we can use this Bruce, right? How we can get this property? For that you just need to put here a colon, and now you will find that you are getting here Bruce, right? So with the same way, if you want to pass here the users object, then you have to just put here, let's say data. You can put any name to your property and attach with your props, right? So data, I'm putting my data props name data colon data equal to my property name, which is user, and we can use it inside quotes, right? Now how I can just use it here? So first of all, we need to use register here, and after that let's put here user dot email, and again user is not defined because we are just passing here data, my bad. So I must have to put here data, and here also, right? Let me just refresh it. Okay, data is not defined. Just give me a moment. Yeah, actually I made a mistake here. Even with the name we can also define data type like string. This is a string data, right? And here we can put here object because we are using an object as data, right? Now this is working fine. So we just get to know that how we can pass string, how we can pass normal property and object, but how we can use the function here. So for that you can define one more property here, methods, and define your function name, let's say get data, and I am just alerting a statement here, let's say function called. All right, and after that let's pass it as the same way. Again I am putting here get data, my property name, or you can use any other name also, and simply put here get data like this, and we can also use here quotes also. Now whenever in a child component we are receiving it, let's define the props type with the name of get data function, and after that let's make a button so that we can call it on a button click. Close it, right here like click me or call me, whatever you want. Now put here event view colon on hyphen on colon click, and we can put here get data like a function. So I think again element tag is missing. Let me just see what I again missed here. I think we just need to refresh it. No, yeah, actually I just need to close it. Now it should work fine. Whenever I'm clicking on it, now you can see that function called from parent class or parent component, right? So if you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue.js 3 video tutorial, we will learn that how we can reuse a component. So these are the points for this video. First of all, we will make a child component. We will import it and use it in our parent component. After that, we will make a for loop for user list, and we will include our child component inside this loop. After that, we will pass some data from the parent component to child component within the loop, and at the last I will tell you an interview question, and this is a really important interview question for your application performance, speed, as well as logical purpose, right? So now let's get started. This is our output screen, and here we will write our code. So I am making a component with the name of user dot view, and let's just define this template for this component. Close this template, and let me add here a h2 tag, and now I can put here some text for a moment user component. After that, let me add a script tag. Close this script tag, and just simply put here export default component name can be user, same as a file name. For a moment this is enough, and import it inside our home component. Import user from user dot view. Register this component in components property. Just simply put here user. After that, let me add here close these quotes and use here child like this. Okay, this is registered but not in use because by mistakenly I just use here child. Sorry for that. And now this is working fine. Great. So now I am defining some data. Let me define a data property, which is basically a function. We can return our statement. Again, all right. Okay, so I just forgot to put here a comma. Now I am defining a user array, basically users array, and inside it we will define some users in our object. So let's say username can be Anil, Sidhu, or let's just put here Anil only. And after that, email address, email anil@test.com. Perfect. With the same way, I can copy and paste it sometime and make some more users like Sam, Peter @test.com, its email ID, and last one is Bruce. We can again put here email ID for Bruce. Great. Let's make it format. All right, that's fine. So let's apply a for loop on these users for a moment without our component reuse. So let me put here ul like this, and now what we can do here, let me add here a li. Close this li. Just put here v, that means for view, for, and let's take a item in users, and after that we also need to define here key, right? So for key we can simply define here id, but we don't have id for moment, so we can put here simply item dot name. But if we have id, then we will always recommend that use the id as a key. Great. After that, let's simply put here item dot name. So let's check out the output for a moment. Now you can see that this is our users list, right? So with the same way we can also define let's say we can define user email address also, item dot email, and this is working fine for a moment. We are not adding a style much more, but when we have a lots of information, like now we have only two fields like name and email. So let's say we have the lots of information like name, address, office address, profile picture, email address, phone number, employee ID, etc, etc, right? But that time we should not define all these things in a single component, because lots of data we can put in a separate component, and this is the purpose of the component, so that we can separate the things, right? And let's say you want to use this list on another place also, so that you can just import the user component and use it. So what I'm doing here, I am just using my users inside this loop, and now you will find that we got a user component printed 4 times, because now our component have inside the loop. And let's pass here some data with the colon, so that we can get to know that we are passing the variable inside it, and just pass here item. That's fine. In a user component, first of all, let's just define a prop, so that our component should know that some data is actually coming, right, with the name of data. And we can put here, this is a object, all right, and here we can print our data. Let's say in a user component, what we can do, can simply put here data dot name, right, and here we have names. The same way we can take one more thing, one more h2 tag, and put our emails. Now we have emails, but they are not looking like this is looking really bad. So let's try to add little bit style with that, right? So I am taking these both h2 tags inside a div, and let me add here a class, and our let's say class name is user. Place here, and now let's define here style also, style, and that's fine. Now let's add some style with that div. So let me open users class div, background color sky blue, border bottom 1 pixel solid, padding 10 pixel, margin bottom 15 pixel. Fine. So now we can copy these things and simply add this style here, but we also need to put here dot user class, like this. Great. So now let's check out the output. Working great, there is no issue. So we didn't all these things, but we don't get the interview question yet. So my question is that, so on a button click, I want to define a button here. So let me define it. Like this. Let me close this button and alert username or something, right? We have this. So on that one I want to call a function, right? So I'm defining, like I just want to alert something. So let me define here methods, right? Just wait for a moment, you will get a really interesting and logical thing. And we can just get here get data, this is our function name, alert username or something. For a moment let's make it just normal string. Use here v on click get data, right? And let's try to alert it. This is working fine, but now there is an issue, because we are using our users component inside a loop here, right? Here you can see that in a v4 loop. That's why now we have the for get data function, because this function is also coming inside the loop, so it will also define the 4 times. So whenever we are clicking on the first one, then it will the different alert function, that one is a different alert function or get data function, and that one is the difference. So we are actually defined our get data function 4 times. So can we reduce it? So this can be an interview question. So how we can reduce the data function duplicacy? So for that you can define these methods in your parent component, like here, right? Now pass this data inside our user. So just put here colon get data equal to get data, right? And we just need to put here one more property, like here get data function. Now let's see, is it working fine or not? Yep, let me just refresh it for a moment. Now this is working fine, right? So now we have only one function. So let's, how we can make it dynamic now? So let's our pass data dot email, right? Or data dot name. We want to print a name. Now inside our parameter, let's get here name and put it inside it alert, like name. And let's check out this data. Is it working or not? Here you can see that Anil, Sam, Peter, and whatever you want to alert. So with that way you can save your duplicate functions, you can save your time, code and all. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 video tutorial, we will learn about HTML binding. So these are the points of our video. First of all, we will learn what is HTML binding and why we need it. After that, we will apply HTML binding with our HTML tags. And we will also cover an interview question. And in this interview question, I will tell you that how you can apply HTML binding more than one tags, like on a two tags or a multiple tags, because in the interviews they never ask a very simple question. They will put some more logic to your Vue.js questions, like how you can apply HTML binding with 4 tags or multiple tags and all, right? This is our output screen. Here we will check our output, and here we will write our code in a Vue HTML.Vue component. So let's start with the first theoretical question, right? So which is let me just show here. What is HTML binding, right? So whenever our HTML tags are coming from your JavaScript or dynamically, then we cannot put simply in our template directly, right? Because whenever you will try to use these dynamic tags with the variable or with the properties, you will find that just HTML tags are printing like a text, right? You need to bind them to just show the actual HTML rendering. I will show you the problem example first of all, then we will jump on solution also. So let's say I have the two data properties here. Let me just use here return statement. First I have some text and I'm putting here my name like Anil Sidhu. After that we can put here like tag, and let me put here one h2 tag or h1 tag. Let me write here Anil Sidhu, right? So now first of all I want to just use this text here. So what I can do here, I simply replace it my text with the property, and you will find that this is working fine. Now I want to use by this tag also. So what I can do for that, I can just simply put here double curly braces and tag. So will it work? Not actually. So here you will find that this is working like a simple text, because it will just print your opening and closing brackets of tag also, right? So how we can resolve this problem? For that, what you actually need, you can just simply take a wrapper, or I can say that parent element, and simply apply v for Vue HTML and put your tag name, which is, that means your property name, which is tag. And now you can see that we get your name here, right? So here we learned that why we need it, how we can apply it with a single tag. But now let's go with the interview question. So let's say you have one more tag, and I'm putting here HTML tag 2, and it have, let's say, name Peter, right? So you want to show it. So what you can do here, you can just simply put here like HTML tag 2, and I'm very sure it will work fine. Here you can see that, right? But might be in interviews they can ask that how you can use the both properties in a single wrapper like this, right? So because here you are using the two HTML tags, but in interviews they ask that you don't need to use two tags, just use a single div. So how you will do it? For that, what actually you can do, so might be you are just trying with a v HTML with tag 2. So now will it work? Actually not. Here you can see that we have an error. For that you can simply use this, remove this extra code and use both tags inside a single VHTML and just simply put here plus sign, and here you can see that this working fine. And let's say if you have more tags also, like third one like this, and it have a Bruce, then you can still simply put here tag 3. And all right, this is let me check what's wrong with it. I think this is not refreshed, right? Let me just try to refresh it. Yeah, this is not actually refreshed. So now this is again working fine. So with that way you can use the HTML bindings with the multiple tags and all. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS video tutorial, we will learn about what is class binding. So these are the points. The first question is what is class binding. We will cover it as a theoretical part. Then we will jump on a practical things, and we will learn that how we can apply simple dynamic classes, how we can apply the classes on the based on button clicks, or how we can remove and change the class name and on any event or a button click. You can specifically say that. After that, I will also show you that how you can use functions for dynamic classes, because sometimes we have to apply 5 or 6 classes or more than it dynamically, right? That time if we will apply directly these dynamic classes, then our code look like a mess, right? So that's why we can use the function to apply these dynamic classes. And at the last I will cover an interview question. So let's come back to our first question. What is class binding? Sometimes we need to apply our classes dynamically. For example, you are just checking a validation of a form, right? So when someone is typing your password and password is too short or not correct, and the character limit is not matched, that time we want to show some red maxes and all, right? So these classes are dynamic because they are just based on some events, right? Or we can simply say that these are the dynamic style or dynamic CSS, right? For that we need apply some properties as a class name, and for that we will use class binding. And for that we have to just simply use :class, and after that we can put here class name as a property, or we can check the conditions with our class. I will show you in a detail. So let's start with the example. So first of all, I am just taking a h2 element and closing it, and let me put here some text. Let's say home component. After that, let me write here a class, and let's say my class name is green, right? And I am creating this class green, so dot green. Let me apply a background color, and it can be, let's say, green, and width, let's say 200 pixel, padding, let's say 10 pixel, and color, let's say white. So let's check the output. This is the output, and this is looking pretty fine. But this is a simple style. But now I want to check that I have a property, or I want to make it that on a button click or something, it will be, let's behave dynamically, right? So how we can make it dynamic? First of all, let's understand with it a boolean value, then we will check it with the property, and then we will check it with the button click and all, right? So what I'm just going to do, I am putting here a colon, and here I am putting here like object, and here I can put my class name, and here I just want to put a flag like it will be true or no. If I am putting it true, that means it will be visible, and if I am putting it false, then it will be removed from here, right? And you can check here also there is a no classes for now, and if I am making it a true, then this is applied here. So this is the simplest form of dynamic binding, but not much. So let's just take some advanced things also here. So let's say I have a data property and I want to check apply this class based on some condition. So let's say I am returning a statement, and here I have a colorful property, and if my this colorful property is true, that time this class should be applied, right? So I can check here colorful, and that time it will be green, perfect, working fine. If I am making it false, now there is a no color on this class, and here you can check the class and all, right? That's fine, and that's okay. So now I want to change this HTML tag color, or want to change this class based on a button click. So let's say I have a button, and let me put here, let's say apply style, and after that what we can put here, V, that means view on click, and here we can just change this property. Let's say colorful equal to opposite of colorful. That means if this is true, then it will be become a false, and if this is a false, then it will be become its vice versa, right? And here you can see that if I am just clicking on it, the color is changed on every click, and class is also changed here, right? So that's great. So now let's say you want a static class and one dynamic class. That how you can do it? So you can just simply do it like static class, right? And here you can just write it static class, and color is blue or something, right? And now this is working fine. With that way you can apply one dynamic class and one static class. Okay, now may you have a condition, you have to apply the two dynamic classes. So let me just write one more, like ERR, and it have a color like red, right? How we can apply it? For that, just put here like comma ERR true, and here we go, this color is applied, right? So that's again great, there is a no issue. So let's say we have a one more class here, so we can apply this one also. But let's say we have 10 classes, how we can apply this? Because these all are dynamic basis on some conditions, on a true and false and all. So for that we can just define some computed function. So let me apply a computed function. This is not a function, this is basically a property, computed, and this is basically a property. So we have to put here colon. Now let me define some functions. Let's say adjust style, let's return some statement, and this is a function, so I need to put here like this, and here we can just get this object directly like this and like this. So let me format it, and now what we can do here, we can simply put our this adjusted style here, and here we must have to use this dot colorful, right? And now again, because I have to put here a comma, now there should be no error, this is working fine. So whenever I will click on it, the style is still changing, right? So let's say I have now properties more, let's say other color or something other, just put here other, make it true, and here we can put here like dot other, and font size let's say 70 pixel or something, right? And now I have to use here a comma because these are the properties, and here you can see that, right? So now the you can say that the size of font is bigger than the box, right? But this is still fine. We can just check our style and all. So if I just make it false, then this will be not gonna apply. Here you can see that, right? So with that way you can apply your dynamic style. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS video tutorial, I want to introduce props to you. So these are the points of this video. First of all, we will learn what are the props, how we can pass the data from one component to another component, and what kind of data we can pass with the props. We will also cover some important interview question related to props in this video. Guys, one more thing, we already covered the basic things about props in the previous video. If you want to jump this video, then you can jump, but if you want to learn some detailed things about the props, then you can continue with this video. So the first question is, what are the props? So props are basically used to send the data or share the data from one component to another component. Some guys actually thinking that we can pass the data from parent to child component only with the help of props. Actually not, even you can pass the data from child to parent also, or in the siblings component also, right? And even the nested component also, right? So these are the basic definition to sharing the data between components is basically done with the props. So how we can pass the data? For that, let's just make a practical thing. So let me just remove these deleted components, come back here, and let me create a two components. Why two? Because I want to show you things in detail so that we can learn that how we can send the data in the two components and all. So just make a component like this, student dot view. After that, let me create one more like teacher dot view. After that, let me just add some templates and some basic things. Let's say template is done. Now add a script, close the script also, and now let's put here some h2 tags, close h2 tags, and just right here let's say student name is, and name we will pass from our parent component with the help of props, right? So we can also remove this thing. Now just write here export default name, you can put any name, let's say student, like this. And now go to the home and import on your home component, import student from student.view, and now let's register your component inside the component property, components, and we must have to choose a colon here. After that, we can simply put here student, and let's use it like this. Now same thing we can do with the teacher component also. Let's do that, put here teacher, and change the name of this component also. After that, we can import it as we are importing student. So put here teacher, from teacher component we can register it, and again we can use teacher component as a tag. So let me check the output. So is it everything is working fine? Yep, everything is working fine. So now let's put the name, but we have to pass this name dynamically, or you can say that as a props. So let me put a student name, let's say Anil, from home component we just need to do that one only, that things only. Now let's go to the student, and first of all let's use here props property. Put here a name, and it can be a string type, and now let's simply put here name. And now let's see, student name is Anil. That's great, this is working fine. Same thing you can do with the teacher also. So with that way we can pass the teacher and student name, and from here we can also pass a teacher name. Let's say Peter. Both are working fine. So now how you can send the, this is basically a static data, dynamic data. For that, let me define here data return and here we can simply put here name, and let's say name is Bruce or something. And from here if you try to pass your name, then basically it will not work, but if you can just simply put here colon, then it will work. And now you can see that we got a error. So let me just put a comma here, and now this is working fine with the Bruce. And same thing we can do with the teacher also. Even if we just put here different properties here, then it will work as a different property, but now in the both component we have a Bruce name. So this is the way that how we can pass the dynamic data. And we can also pass here array, object, string, number, whatever you want you can pass with it, even function also, right? So we are talking about some interview questions. So there is a first interview question can be what are the props. We already answered it. What data you can pass with the props? You can pass any kind of data, even object, function, array, string, even null value you can pass, right, if you want, but we never do it, right? And one more interview question is can we pass data from child to parent component? So here what we are doing actually, we are passing data from parent to child component, but can we do it vice versa, like sending data from child to parent? Yes, we can do it, but this is the answer. But how we can do it, we will learn in the next video, because that topic need a separate video. It will take around 5 to 6 minutes to do that. But yes, this is a very basic topic and we can easily learn, but we will learn this tomorrow in the next video. So if you have still any kind of question, you can ask in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 video tutorial, we will learn that how we can send data from child component to parent component. So let's understand what is child, what is sibling, and what is parent component. So here you can see that the inner or nested component, we call it child component, right? And it's a top component which is a kind of wrapper of our child component, we call it parent. Or any parallel component or any two parallel components are sibling of each other, right? So in interview questions they might ask that what is the difference between child component and a sibling component. So child component is basically the inner component of any component, and a sibling component is basically a parallel component. So let's get back to the points of our video. First of all, we will make our child component. We will pass some data and functions as a props. After that, we will share some our child component data with the parent. And obviously, this is a self interview question. In interviews, many times they directly ask that how we can pass data from child to parent component, right? And this is a really important topic whenever you will create a project also. So this is basically our output screen, and I am creating a child component first of all with a name of, let's say, user dot view, right? And let me create template first of all. We can close this template. After that, let's write here script, and even we can close this script also like this. And after that, let me put here a h2 tag, and we need to close it also. And we can simply put here like user component, or you can write here child component also. And now export it. Export default component name can be like we can simply use here like this colons, right? And let me just format it, and let's say my component name is user again. And after that, let's import it in our parent component. Import user from user dot view, and after that we need to register it. So let's define a components property basically, and simply put here component name inside it, let's say user, and after that we can simply use it in inside our template, and you can see that this is working fine, there is no issue. Great. Now let's say in my child components I have some data, so I'm defining here a data property, and let's say first of all we need to return this statement. I have some data like name, or we can define here user name, and it have like say Peter, and it can be any property also like object, array, even bool values or decimal number values, any kind, right? So we can define it and we can send it to the parent also. And let's just go with the further. I am just defining a button also here, like button, and just send username to parent. You can just make any short name also here, whatever you want. So now what actually you can see here, so whenever I will click on this, I want to send this data, this username to my parent component, and where I want to show here, I want to show it inside my template. But before I want to show it, I need two things. One, I want to define a property, in which property I want to get this data from child component. So let me define here data return, and let me just define here a name property, right, a simple name, and by default it can be a blank property, and we can just simply put here name, and you can see that user name, but for a moment we don't have any name and we have a error also. So let me just put here comma, and now we have a username, and you can just simply pass this username inside our h1 tag so that we can just see it a little bit large, right, username. But there is no username, as we know that this is a totally blank. So now what we need to do, we need to pass a function from parent component to child component. So just define a method inside our methods property, get username, and we can just put any function name inside it, parameter name it, and we can just simply alert a name. First of all we will alert, then we will just pass to this property also, and now just pass this get username as a props. So just send here get user, or you can put any name to this property like this, and here define props. Inside props we can just simply put here our property name, which is get user. So let's define here get user as a function like this, and we can start it with the function like this. And now let's call it on click, on v, that means view, on click, and call this function which is get user, and let's pass here our username inside it, right? So everything is fine. Now let me check, sometime we need to refresh it, click on it, and now you can see that we got the Peter inside our parent components alert function right here, right? So now what I can do here, just simply put here this dot name, which is belongs to this data property, right, equal to name, which is coming from this parameter, right? And now let's refresh it. Whenever I will click on it, now you can see that we got a Peter name here. So with that way you can get data from child to parent. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask. In this Vue JS video tutorial we will learn about ref. So these are the points of our video. First of all, we will learn what is ref as a theoretical part, then we will define a input field, we will apply a ref on it, and we will perform some operations with ref like get and set values and style and all. And at the last we will discuss some interview question related to the ref also. So the first question is, what is a ref? So ref is basically used for access the DOM. Let's say you have an input field and you want to change the style of it, you want to change the value of it, you want to get or set some name, values, anything, then you can do it with the ref, right? So let's see how we can do it. This is our output screen and I am going to define an input field. So let me define an input field here. Let's say input, and you can define the type of it also. Let's say text, and let's close it, right? So when you want to use a ref with your input field, then you have to define one more property, which is ref and your ref name. So let's say my ref name is input. You can define any name to it, like say username, password field, xyz field, whatever you want. And I also want to define a button here, and let me just write some code here, some text here. Let's say click me or something, right? So what I want to do on this button click, let's say on this button click, I want to set or get some value of it, I want to set some styles over it, and I want to set a focus of it. So whenever you can see that whenever I will click on it, it set the focus and blinking the cursor here, right? You can see that. So I want to perform these operations on a click of this button. Let's say how we can do it. I will define a function here. So for that I need a methods property, and let me define here get data or something, and here I will call it this function on this button click. So let me put here view on click and my function name, which is get data. And here let's say first of all you want to set a focus on it. So just simply put here this means this component dot dollar refs and your ref name. My ref name is here input. Let me define here input dot focus. So whenever we will click on it, this will be set the focus on input field. Let's see, whenever I am clicking on it, now you can see that focus is setting on this input field. Great. So some other things, we can set a value of it also. So let's say input dot value, and let me put here code step by step, and let's see what actually happened. Here you can see that this value is also set here. So now let's say you want to add some style also. So just simply put here this dot dollar refs dot input dot style dot color, let's say red, and now you will find that the color is red for this text, right? Great. So any more thing? Yes, we can get the value of this input field also. So let me just grab this thing and use it inside console dot warn like this, and now let's see what we are getting here. I got an error here because I just misspelled console. Now it should work fine whenever I will just, so let's say I'm putting here hello, I'm clicking on it, and now you can see that we got the value of it, right? So with that way we can just get and set the value, style, color, property, anything that you want with the help of ref. So let's discuss some interview questions. So first question is, that is self-defined, which is what is the ref, they can ask, and what is the use of it, I already told you. And again they can ask that can we use multiple refs in a single component? So yes, we can use multiple refs. So then again one more question, should we use the same ref with the two input fields? No, we should not use that, right? We should always use a different ref name for different fields. So thanks for watching this video. If you still have any kind of question, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 tutorial, we will learn that how we can create a simple form with a Vue JS. So why I am specifying here simple form? Because in this video we are not going to hit API for send this data to the database. Either we are not going to apply validation. We will just take 2 or 3 input fields and we will get this data displayed on our screen as well as in console, right? So these are the points for this video. First of all, we will define some input fields. We will apply two-way binding. We will print and submit these values, and at the last we will discuss some interview questions also. And before just starting with this video, I want to share some information with you. If you are looking to purchase domain name or hosting, then you can purchase it with a domain racer, right? Because the plans are just started with a 59 rupees per month, and they have variety of hostings, right? You can use their shared hosting, reseller hosting, VPS hosting, and they also have a free website builder tool, because not everyone is a web designer, right? We know that everyone cannot design a website. A beautiful website is a very small amount of time, right? So that you can use this totally free of cost tool and make your website easily, right? So now let's get back to our video. This is our output screen, and this is our home.view component. Here we will write our code. So first of all, I am going to define some input fields and all. So let me create a form like this, and now we can close it. After that, let me define some labels and input fields and all. Let me take label, and we can simply put here like email. After that, what we can do here, let's put here input, type is text, and we can use here placeholder like enter email or something, and we can close it. And at the last, we can put here some br tag also like this, so that we can maintain some space. Even we can use CSS for maintaining space and format all, but we are just focusing on our you can say that logical part. That's why we are not using CSS and all, right? And now let's check the output here. We have a to field, so let's change the name of second field, which is, let's say, password, and enter password. You can just write here, and the type can also be changed because we want to hide this password in dots. And at the last, let's create a button. Close it. Simply put here login like this, and let's check out the output. This is looking decent form, right? That's okay, but there is nothing working for a moment. Even you can see that this form is actually reloading. So what we can do here, we can just simply put here type equal to button, right? Now this form will not gonna reload. Just this is fine, right? So now we have to define, we want to just bind this forms with a two-way binding, so that in our script tag, let's define data property, return a statement. Let's say our property name is form, and let's define here email. It can be blank, and password can again be blank, right? All right, so now we just need to bind these form with our input field. So just simply put here v model. So guys, if you want to know about these two-way binding in a detail, then you can watch our previous video. Video is given in the our playlist, because there is a little bit tricky things for the you can say that a two-way binding. But in a short form, I want to say that whenever you will just put here v binding, this form's value or this input text field value will be bind with our this email property, and whenever you will just enter something here or there, they will be always in sync, right? So I am putting here forms, because the parent property is here form dot email, and same thing we can do with you can say with a password. So put here password, and I am going to define a function also on click v on click. Let's put here get, or you can just put a function name login, and where we can define this login function, let's define a methods login console dot won and simply put here form. Alright, and now let's check what's going on, but form is not defined because we have to use here this dot form. Now let me put here some email address, let's say anil@test.com, password abc@123, and whenever you will log in, then you can see that we got all data, right? So with that way we can create a simple field. If we have like checkbox, radio buttons and all, everything can be controlled by the two-way binding with the Vue model, right? So let's say you want to print this form, then how you can print this data, then how you can print it. So let's take a p tag, or even you can use any tag. I'm just specifying with the p tag, and just use here double curly braces or must-tag syntax and simply put here form. Right, now you can see that, and just let me refresh this. We have no data for a moment. Just put here abc@test.com, password is like abc@123 or something. This is working fine, right? So with that way we can just create a simple form, and in the next video we'll add some more fields like select box, checkbox and radio button. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. This is our second part for form in Vue JS video tutorial. In last video we created a very simple form with 2 fields and 1 button, and in this video we will add some more fields like radio button, checkbox and select box. After that we will bind these properties with these fields and print and submit values, and at the last we will discuss some interview questions also. And let's first of all see that how this is actually working and what we made in the previous video. And if you want to watch this video, that I mean previous video, in which video we just created this functionality, link is given in the description box. So whenever I'm just putting something like anil@test.com, this is my email and password, let's say 123 or something, then this is displayed here, as well as when we are clicking on it, you can see that this is working in a console also, right? So now let's add some more fields. First of all, I am adding some data properties like country, and after that we can add, let's say, gender, and after that at the last one we can add here technology. Let's say a user can be working on multiple technologies, we will use checkbox here, so we have to use here array, right? And now what we can do here, we can define a select box like this, right? And we can also add some br tags at the last so that we can maintain some gap. And now let's define some options. Option, close this tag, and we can simply add here, let's say, India. After that we can add some more, let's say USA, and I think 2 are fair enough for a moment because we can save our time. And if you want to define more properties, then you can define, it's totally up to you. Just write here v model, and here you can define form dot country, right? Because we are just selecting here country from here, right? So let's check the output here. Here you can see that if I'm just selecting here India or US, this is reflecting here. Great. So now let's select the gender and technologies also. So let me define here. So let me just catch this field and let's paste it here one more time. And now let me put here gender like this, or I can just simply use here a h3 tag for gender. This is much looking good. You can say that gender, and here let's define male, and now just change it with the radio button. We don't need placeholder, so just simply put here name can be like gender, and value can be male, right? Okay, so after that let's just copy this one and paste here. I should not just paste this 2 times in a previous time, but that's okay. Now let's change it with the female also. Gender, that's great, and just put here label name female, and now we have to change your form dot gender, same thing with it also. And now let's see, is it working fine or not? So whenever I will just select the male, this is working fine, female is also working great, right? So at the last, what we need to do, we have to define here, let's copy the both for a moment, and let's define the technologies, right? Let me put here technology, and now we can change them with the checkbox. Name can be, let's say we don't need name for a moment, right? We can just remove it. Java, put here technology. Now the second value can be, let's say .NET, again form dot technology, name we don't need it, and radio button we can simply put here checkbox, right? Great. So let's see what we are getting here. Technology, we are getting 2 fields, Java, and okay, these are not actually checking perfectly. Let me check what's wrong with them. Everything is looking fine, rather than we need to just refresh it. Let me check. Yep, that's working fine. It just need a refresh. All right, and we can just change with these technologies name, let's say Java, and let's replace female with the .NET, right? And let's check all these things. Let me enter here email address like anil@test.com, password 123. We can select here a country like India or USA, male or female we can select one thing, Java or .NET, and whenever we clicking on the submit, then you can see that we are getting everything in this our data, right? So if you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 tutorial, we will learn that how we can apply form validations. So in this video, we will continue our last video, because in last 2 videos, we created a simple form, then we created a complex form, and we can take that form for apply the validations. Otherwise, that video can be around 30 minutes or 40 minutes, because we have to define all these fields and get data and all. So better way is you can watch our previous video if you did not watch that, right? Link you can get from the description box. So now let's start with another point. We will add a error property, right? And whenever we will click on this login button, we will check all these fields with a loop, and we will check which field is invalid or empty. And after that, we will show all these fields on a top of our form. We can show that these fields are invalid, and for that we again need a for loop. And we will discuss some important interview questions also. Even in last videos, I actually forget to discuss interview questions, so we will discuss in this video, right? So what we need to do, we have to define a error property. So let me just define a parallelly to the form one more property, which is error, right? You can define any name to use, this is not mandatory, and we have to use colon here. After that, I am applying a for loop here. So let me apply a for loop, so that we can just check that all fields are valid or not. So just put here this dot form, and we will put here basically, actually sorry, we don't need to use that. We can simply take a const for a moment, because we are using for in loop, and take a item in this dot form. After that, what we can do here, we can check if this dot form and its field name, which is coming inside our loop, which is item, is equal to empty, or this dot form field, it can be like a technology, and if its length is 0, then still this condition should be true. I will show you that what we are going to do in this video, in this condition, right? Dot equal to 0, or you can use even triple equal to. Then we can use here this dot error dot push item, right? And at the last we will also check here if this dot error dot length equal to 0, then we can make an alert like data has been submitted, right? Let me make it formatted. And now what we can do here, first of all, let me just make a console and check here console dot warn, and let's simply put here this dot error, and I will show you, you can say that this is not an expected error first of all, then we will resolve it, right? So whenever you will click on it, you can find that our all fields are invalid, even all 5 fields are like email, password, everything is invalid, right? But whenever I will click on it again, then you can see that now it's showing me 10 fields, 0 to 9, 10 fields. Whenever I'm clicking it again, it's showing me 15 fields. So why it's showing me more fields? The reason is because it will always just push the data in its field. So what we can do here, simply we can just put here this dot error equal to blank before it will just starting with this loop, and now you will find that this is working fine and showing every time only 4 fields, right? And if you want to just show it in a better way, then you can just get it from outside the for loop, right? Like this. And we also need to just get this field from outside this, you can say from loop. And again let's try, let me just clear it, and now it will just printing only one console here. So let me just fill all these fields like anil@test.com, password is like 123, country is like India, and we can select here gender and technologies and all. Now you can see that data has been submitted. This is working fine. So if I just removed any field, now you can see that there is a no you can say alert, and we have one invalid field. So if I just remove the password, then you can see that we have 2 invalid field. So now I want to show these invalid fields here. So how we can show them? Come back here, and I don't need this you can say JSON data, so I am just removing it, right? So let me refresh it, and you will find that there is a no JSON data for a moment. It will just showing again. Why? Okay, I just forgot to save it. Now that's fine. So now let's use here UL. Let me close it, and now we can just add here li. Let me close li also, and simply we can put here v4, and let's simply put here item in error, right? And we have to put here we need to bind a key, so put here b bind key, and key can be, let's say, item, because we don't have any ID. So we can just do it for a moment. Put here item not valid, right? And whenever I am just what I just forgot to close actually this ULI. Now whenever I'm just clicking on it, now you can see that we got email is not valid, password is not valid, country, gender, and everything is not valid. So let me select here gender, and now you can see that we have one error low. Great. This is working fine. So if I just put here email also like anil@test.com, or password is like 123, and now you can see the data has been successfully, everything is working fine. And whenever I'll just put here invalid field 1, then technology is invalid, this is showing error. So error can be like any kind of like max length, min length, or alphanumeric, any kind of error can be here. So you can use your conditions according to you. I just show you that how you can apply the errors code and how you can just show them in a loop and all. So if you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 video tutorial, we will learn about non-props data. So these are the points of our video. First of all, we will create a child component. After that, we will learn what are the non-props data and how we can pass them in child component. And we will also learn that what are the props and non-props data and what is the difference in both of them. And we will cover some interview question also. And guys, when we are talking about props data or non-props data, that simply means we want to send data from one component to another component. First of all, let me just create a child component. After that, I will tell you what are the props and non-props data and difference in between them, right? So let me create a user dot view, and we can create here a template, and we can close this template tag, and we need a script tag also. Let's close this script tag. Now what I'm just going to do, I'm just exporting this component by default, and we can put any name like user, and it should be inside quotes. Now fine. And here I am taking a div, and I am just closing this div. After that, I am defining some h3 tags. Let me create first one, and I just need to write here some name like Bruce. After that, second one and third one, we can put here Peter, and we can put here Tony, the third one, right? And now we can import them in our home component. So let's import user from user dot view. Great. After that, we can simply put here user, sorry, we have to register this component, right? So let me put here components, and let me register my user component here. And now what we can do here, we can simply use this user component like this. And let me check that out, and let's come here. Everything is working fine. This is our top or parent component, and these three values are coming from child component. That's great. So now what we can do here, we can pass some data from home component to user component, right? Because user component is a child inside home component. That's fine, but there is a two type of the data that we can send. One is a props data, another is a non-props data. Props data is that data we can define props type, and we can use this data inside this script tag. We can make their loops and all, we can put logics there. But in non-props data, we can't do that kind of things. We can simply use them as a tag property or tag attribute, right? So let me pass props data, and then after I will show you what is the non-props data. So let me pass here two data, like I'm putting here like item, and let's say item is some data, and again I'm putting here name, and I'm putting here, let's say, user CMP something, right? So the both are data. But now I am just coming here and putting here props attribute and simply defining here item, right? And we can put here item as a string because item is a string type of data, right? So now let's come back here and now let's check out on our okay, let me just print this data also like a tag or something. I'm just putting here item, right? Now this is our props data and here you can see that name equal to user CMP. This is our non-props data, right? Because we used and we defined item as a props, that means this is a props data, and we did not define our name property or name attribute inside props. That's why this is a non-props data, right? So for a moment I am removing from it, and if I am just removed this one also from here, then you will find that the both data are basically non-props data. Here you can check that, right? One more major thing, if you just remove this parent div tag, then you can't see this non-props data. Here you can see that there is a no non-props data here. There is a no property such name of item or user. All right, so now we have another question. So that means we cannot use non-props data without a parent tag. No, that's not true. You can use, but for that you have to define a property, or I would like to say you have to bind a property. Bind, and with the bind simply use here $attrs, right? Just simply put here, and now you can see that now you can get this data on item first with the bruise. So if you just get this bind attribute with any tag, then it will attach that one. Here you can see that now this is showing on third one. Okay, great. So what happened? This is the intro question. So what happened if we use a parent tag also? See, if I am using a parent tag also here and putting this vbind inside it, now non-props data will be visible on last h3 tag also and with the div tag also. Here you can see that on a div and on a child also. So how we can remove this parent props data also? If we are just defined a v attribute tag here, that time you can just simply use here inherit what we call attrs equal to false. Just simply put here inherit attrs false, right? Now let's see here. Now I think I just misspelled something. Actually yes, right? So now we don't have any unknown attribute data with the parent div, and it's working only with the child. So with that way you can use non-props data and the props data. If you still have any confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS video tutorial we will learn about computed properties. So these are the points. First of all, we will learn what is computed properties. After that we will learn difference between template expression and computed properties, because they both are look like very similar, but there is a major difference in both of them. We will discuss everything. And example of computed properties, some interview questions also. The first question is, what is computed property? So it will basically use to display the data or result of some properties, right? But we will use the computed properties only when we have a very large and complex logic. When we want to print some very simple data, then we can use simply template expression. I want to show you here in the official documentation, because this thing is a little bit confusing. That's why I want to show you some guidelines and reference from official documentation. You can just read these lines, and here you will get to know whenever we have a very simple example and simple operations, that time we can use in template expression. But when we have a very large logic, then we can use computed properties. Here you can see that like we have a template expression for here. You can see that a message, and we want to just print some message which have just hello string right here, right? But when we want to just perform some large operation, like we are just splitting it, reversing it and joining it, that time we can use computed properties. Simple properties can be defined inside data property, and computed properties will be defined like this. So now let's take an example. So let's say I have some properties, data properties like dollar, rupees well, and discount. So let's say I want to simply define here a dollar. That time I can use simply dollar, and this will be a simple template expression, and result is here like this, right? So now let's say I want to just multiply the dollar and rupees well and want to minus the discount. That time we should use computed properties, but we can also use data properties here. I will show you. So let's say you just take a h2 tag, and you just want to make a calculation like dollar into rupee minus discount, right? And now you can see that this is also printing the result, and this is perfect, right? But in that time it will just take more time as compared to computed properties, because one more thing that you just need to focus on here. Here you can see that computed properties are cache based, so there are reactive dependency. That means whenever we just need this calculation again, they will just get this value from cache, right? And whenever there is some change will be happened here, then they will reevaluate, right? So we should not use like these you can say that a logical complex logic we should not use like this. For that we can just simply define here computed property, computed, and just simply put here get result, and simply return here. And in a return, what we can put here, we can just simply return the same statement here and put here get result. Now you can see that we just missed here comma, and again we must have used here this dot dollar, because we are using in a template, not using in a template, we are using it in a JavaScript tag. That's why we have to put here this. So now you can still see that okay, let me just put here small c, that's again my bad. And now this is the same result, right? So here you can see that we can use a data property or we can use a computed property, result will be same. But as I told you, the difference is data properties are good in the performance. Even you can use here of any method also rather than data properties or computed properties. So let me define a method, get data, and just need to grab the same result from here, and we can put here get data like this, and we can simply use here comma also. And now you can see that result is same, but as told you, computed properties are good for the performance. And if you want, then you can read from here, right? So even the official documentation, they're also telling that you can notice that you can achieve the same result from the methods also, but this line matters actually. So thanks for watching this video. If you still have any kind of confusion, ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 video tutorial, we will learn about vouchers. So these are the point. First of all, we will learn what are the vouchers, how we can use them, example, and at the last we will discuss some interview questions also. So first question is, what are the vouchers? So vouchers are basically the observers of your property that are continuously observing your value of your property, and they can perform some significant operation on some conditions, on some value change, or like this, right? So for example, you have a counter and you want to perform some operations when your value is reached on a 10, right? So they can easily done by the vouchers. So even these kind of things you can done with the functions also, but vouchers are the more easier than functions in that case, right? So let's see how we can do it. So first of all, I am taking a data property, and I am just returning a counter here. So let's say my count value is 0 by default, and I am printing it here. So let's say count. So now you can see that we got 0 here. That's fine. This is totally fine. So now on a button click, I want to change it. So I am making a button here. Let me close it and putting a plus sign with it like this, and on click event. So even you can use the @, but I will always prefer on click. And on click, what I can do here, so I can change this count value with the +1. So count equal to count plus 1. That's fine. So now you can see that whenever I am clicking on it, the value is increasing. So now I need a voucher to observe its value, and whenever the value is reached more than 10, then it can just give a message that just stop counting, right? So I am just making another property, the parallel to the data, and here I can put a function, and function, keep in mind, which is your voucher, should be the same as your property name. So if your property name is count, then your function name is again count. If your property name is item, then your function name is again item. If there is some other name, then it will not gonna work. So now let's just check here if you can just get the current value of your counter here. Let's say well is, you can simply put here. So first of all, let's check this is working or not, right, without any else condition. So I'm putting here value updated or something like this, right? Now come back here, and I get value is not defined but not is used. So I can just remove it for a moment, and whenever I'm clicking on it, now you can see that the observer is voucher is calling as an observer, right? This is fine. So now what I want to check that if value is greater than 10, then we have an alert, let's say stop counting. If val is greater than 10, just simply make alert stop counting, right? Let me correct the counting spell. I basically make more of typo, so sorry for that. All right, so here you can see that whenever this value is gone up more than 10, then it give a message that stop counting, right? And but still you can see that value is changing constantly. If you want, then you can stop it by just putting here this dot count is equal to something else value, whatever you want to change, right? So yes, now let's say we have one more button here for decreasing this value. So let me use like this. Now again, what you find here, whenever, okay, let me change the sign also. Now whenever I'm putting on this, again we have a stop counting but value is decreasing. So it should not be like this. Whenever we will just okay, why this is stopping? Because value is less than 10, right? So let me add some one more value, some more values like 12, like 13 and all. Every time they are showing an alert, and whenever we are decreasing these values, again they are showing the value till 10. But these should not be there as a user perspective, because we are decreasing the value, right? We are already in a decreasing manner. So we can again make a condition. If this is a we are just decreasing the value, then there should not be any alert. So we can just get the old value here also, like old, or you can just use here previous, right? And just make a condition here, and if value is greater than previous, that means we are increasing that value, that time we can show this alert, otherwise this will not gonna show. So now you will find that whenever I am just increasing this value, I have an alert message like this, right? So, and now if I'm decreasing this value, we don't have any alert. So with that way we can use make a counter with the alert and all. And if you want to just put here some values like this dot count, want to reset value, then you can reset it also, like 0. If you just gonna more than 10, then you have a value start again on 0, like this. So thanks for watching this video. If you have any concern, query, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue.js 3 video tutorial, we will learn about slots. So these are the points of our video. First of all, we will learn what are the slots, how we can use them, example, and at the last we will discuss some interview questions. So let's start with the first question. What are the slots? So slots are a type of component. You can say that type of component, but they are little bit advanced than ordinary component. In an ordinary component, you can reuse the values, but you cannot make much more dynamic to these components. For example, so let's say you have a component with the name of user. So whenever you will just get any student name or username in that component, you can easily display it, right? But what happen when you get a big object or big array rather than a simple name? That time you can make more dynamic after writing some codes. So but what actually happen when you get some image data and some HTML data in that component? How you will handle that? That time you have a limitation, you cannot handle that kind of data, right? So let's see how we can handle this kind of data and how slots are overcome the limitations of components. So let's start with the making a component. So I am just creating a file with the name of child.vue, and let me just create a template, close this template, script tag, and close this script tag. Let me just close it like this. Now let's make a h1 tag like this, and we can simply put here some text like child component or something. Fine, there is no issue. And now we can export this component. Export default component name. Let's take a name key and we can put here child. That's pretty simple. There is no issue. Everything is working great. Now we can import it in our home component. So let's import child from child.vue, and after that we can register this component in a components. Let me use a small c with the components, it's not component, and just register your child component. Great. Now I can just remove this h1 tag and simply put here child like this, and now you can see that this is working fine. So we can reuse it, there is no issue. If I just put it again and again, this is working fine, right? Great. We can make it a dynamic also, but till a limit. So let's see how we can make a dynamic it. So let me pass here a name, let's say Anil, and here again in a second component I can pass like Sam, and at a third one I can pass some other name like Bhaskar or all, right? Working fine. Now in a child component we can just simply take a property with the name of props, and this property name is like name, and it can be string. This is the data type of props, and we can just simply show it like display it like name, and this is working fine. Great. We can make it dynamic. But now let's say I have a lots of HTML to pass here. So how I can handle it? So let's see how we can handle it. First of all, let's just close this tag like this, right? Like HTML tags, and pass some data. I'm putting here just a h1 tag, and let's put here code step by step. right? And now how we can receive it? But here you can see that there is nothing to show, but how we can receive? For that you don't need these kind of props, you don't need this h1 tag and all, just simply use here slot tag, right? And we can just close it slot like this. And now let's see code step by step. This is working fine. So again in a second one, what we can do here, I can pass here something else like h2 tag, and I can put here some name like Anil Sidhu, and you will find that this is working great. Now we can pass some other things like image also. So let me take here image tag src, and I already have an image. We can simply use it like this. And now let's see, this is also working fine, right? So that's all, that how we can just make them dynamic with our components with the slots, right? And here you can see that slots are a little bit advanced than the normal components. Fine. So let's talk about the interview question. So might be in interviews they ask that what actually happened if you just pass this blank data, right? That time nothing will be happen, you will see nothing here. So if I just remove first one also, you will find there is nothing to display here. So now they can ask that, can we put here some default value if we are nothing getting in that component? Yes, we can get here. You can just put here default value like here default data or something, right? Now you can see that if I am just passing something here, so let me pass here h1 tag again, and let's say Peter, right? You can see that first time this is the default value because there is nothing to send here, and after that Peter is working fine, right? So that way we can just put here some default values. Even we can use here some large amount of you can say that with the HTML data we can also put here some default values like this, right? So with that way we can use slots. This is basically basic. We will create 1 or 2 more videos on slots. In this Vue.js 3 video tutorial we will learn that how we can use multiple slots. So we will continue our last video, and in last video we learn about what are the slots and how we can use them, but they are only single slot, right? There is no multiple slots in last video. So in this video we will learn that how we can use multiple slots, and I specifically mentioned here with name, because when we are using only single slot then we don't need to define the name of that slot, but whenever we have multiple slots we have to define the name, because now we have to specify that what data we want to show in what slot, right? So the second point is we will understand the problem with the normal slot, and then we will take example of multiple slots, or you can say that named slot, and at the last we will cover an interview question also. So let's understand the problem first of all. So here you can see that in home.view we are using child component, and in child component we are using a slot. So we can reuse it. As you can see that we are just passing here for a moment Peter here, and Peter is visible here, that's fine. So let's say I just use one more time this child component, and now I put here code step by step, and now you can see that we have a 2 time rendered this child component, and both are slotted inside mentioned inside slot. So now what actually happened? So let's say I just want to use this h1 tag also in our first child, or you can say that first component, but this should be visible in the second slot. So let's say we have here 2 slots, and we want to visible let me copy it again, right? We want to show the second h1 tag inside our second slot. So first of all let's take a look on the output that we can just get. Now you can see that the all component is rendered 2 times, because first data, which is here, you can see that code step by step and Peter is rendered or displayed by first slot, then same data is rendered by the second slot also. If I put one more here, then you will see that the same data is displayed by 3 times. But now we have a question that how we can just specify some data should be visible in a first slot and some data is visible in the second slot. For that, what we can do here, we can simply put the name to these slots, and let's say I am putting here slot name. For that, let me put here like slot 1, and now we can put here slot 2, and now we can call them. This data should be in a first and this data should be in the second. So let me just create the all things from a scratch so that you can understand it better. So let's say we want to make a cart. In this cart we have a footer, we have a header, and we have content also. So how we can show that, right? So I am just making a div tag here like this, and we can close this tag. Now here I can define a slot like this, slot again like this, and now let me mention here name like header slot, header. That's fine for a moment, right? And here you can see that, let's say header default data, or you don't need to mention here header, you just put here default header, right? So why we are I'm putting here, if we are just passing here nothing inside our slot or header slot, then it will show the default data. So let me create 2 more. One is a main, and last one can be, let's say, footer, right? So for a moment you can see that all have the default data, right? So what actually I want to do here, so I want to just divide these all things in a header and footer. Like I can use here header and footer tag so that it will be look nice. There is nothing about a logic. I just mentioning here header and main tag, content tag, so that they can be look better. Content, and now we can use here content tag, and we have to close them, right? Not to open again. Close that one, and at the last we can use here footer also. Let me close this footer. So let's see. Now we have the old data in 3 lines. That's fine. Now let's use them in our header tag. So first of all, what I want to do, I want to pass. So let's say first of all, let me define the data. And a third one, I have a button like this. Let me close this button. Let me put here buy now, right? So for a moment you can see that there is nothing data is just displayed from home, because we did not define that what data should be visible in what slot. So now what I want to do, I want to show this h1 tag inside our header. So what we need to do, first of all, we have to define here template like this and use this h1 tag inside it. Yes, we have to use template tag inside template tag, and let me define here v slot, and slot name can be header. And now you can see that we are get the data from header. Same thing we can do 2 more time, one for main and second one for let me show here main and for footer also. And let's replace this data, p1 tag and button also at the last one, and we can again format it, and now you can see that this is looking nice. So let me just add some style inside it, right? border 1 pixel, solid, width we can put here, let's say 170 pixel, 170 we can put here pixels, and padding let's say 20 pixel, margin again 20 pixel, and text align can be in a center, right? And we can just put here width around 130. This is looking much better. So let me just copy it, and now go to the child one, and let's define his style. Close this style tag, and let me use add a class here dot cart, and let me add here a cart with that div class cart, and let me check output. This is working fine. So again, now let's say I'm using this child again like this, and third time and this, and now you can see that we have a 3 cart. You can make a more style to just show them in a floated way in a right and left side, right? So here you can put here like say Peter, Anil, and last one let's say Bhaskar or someone right? So we have the 3 names. Perfect. So now you will find that, so let's say in a third one I just remove here button tag from third one, then you will find that you got the default data here, and the first let's say from a first one you just remove here second main data, and now you will find that you have a default data in a main content area. So with that way you can put a default value inside multiple slots and use multiple slots. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3 video tutorial we will learn that dynamic components. So let's start with the points. First of all, we will learn that what is the dynamic component, why we should not use if-else condition with the dynamic components, and what is the proper way to load the dynamic components, and interview question. So for the first question I want to show an example. So here you can see that I have 3 buttons. On a first button click I want to load my Java content, second one I want to load my Node content, and on a third one I want to load PHP content, right? So I have a three components. Here you can see that I will show you the implementation also, but first of all let's understand what is dynamic component and what is the use of that, right? So I have 3 components, Java, Node and PHP, right? But at a single time I want to show only one tab, right? So how I can do it? For one thing, you can do it with the if-else condition. You can put that if we are clicked on a Java, then PHP and Node tab will be hidden and only one tab be visible. And on the same thing we can do with the Node and PHP also. But this can work when your have application is a very small size, but when you have a lots of tab like a 20 or 30 tab, that time if-else condition will not gonna work, right? So what is the proper way how we can do it? I will show you in this example. So I'm just going to erase this content. I will make it again. Start again. What we need? Component show them. So I and component like Java dot Vue, right? So that I can show you the same example, and 2 more like PHP dot Vue, and the last one can be let's say .NET or Node dot Vue. That is very practical. This is no problem. Let me just define the template for all components as well as script. We will write in a one and we will copy and paste in the other ones. And now let me put here h1 tag, and here I can just simply mention here Java content, right? And in a script tag we can write here export default name like Java, and now we can copy and paste it in the other tab, in the other components also. And let me put here PHP. We can change the name also, and at the last one let's change with the node, right? So everything is fine. Now we can import these all three components in our home. So let me import here, import Java from let me use here java.vue, and similarly we can copy and paste for node as well as for PHP. And let me put here php.vue. Perfect. Now what we can do here, let me put here components so that we can register these components with, this is a property, object property, and now let's register our Java, PHP and node also. Great. So alright, so first of all let's check that everything is working fine or not. So put here Java, node, and at the last PHP, and let's check out the output. Everything is working fine, the old contents are visible. So let me create 3 more buttons here. Now button name I can put here load Java. 2 more buttons we need, load PHP, and okay, just put me here node 1, because let's go with the serial, right, serialization, and a PHP. So now let's hide sorry guys, so let me just hide these all contents and show only one. For that, first of all we need data property. So let me define here data property, return, put here data. Okay, let me put here tab or active tab or whatever you want to put, and let me use here Java, right? Fine. Now I am going to remove all these content because we don't need them, right? Even we have an error for a moment, but this will be resolved soon. Now let's use your component tag, right? And this component tag have a property is, and with that let me put here tab, and now you will see that we have a dynamic components. We have a Java because Java is by default, and on a click of all others, like let's start with the PHP because I want to show you. First click on PHP, at the rate click, and on a click what we can load here, tab equal to no PHP, yeah, PHP, and let me just check it. Here you can see that PHP is loaded, but 2 buttons are not still working because we did not add here event yet. So let me add here Java node as well as PHP. So let's see is it working or not. Now you can see that this is working fine. So even we can use here if else conditions also, but let's say we have a around 20 or 30 tabs, or 20 or 30 is technologies like .NET, JavaScript, Python, Golang and all. That's how we'll manage. So for that, this is the best way I think. And if you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the question. And interview question. So can we use dynamic component inside the dynamic components, or you can say that nested dynamic components? Yes, definitely you can do that, Same thing, let's say you have a Java, and here you want to show the Java framework, the PHP framework and the Node framework. Then you can just do the same thing. You can just create components for frameworks and load here, and with a similar way you can load the framework name in a child component also, right? In this Vue.js 3 video tutorial, we will learn about what are the teleport components in Vue.js 3. So let's start with the points. We will discuss about teleport components, what are they, how we can use it, and example, and at the last we will discuss some interview questions also, right? So before starting with this video, I want to show you the structure inside our elements tab for Vue.js. Here you can see that our Vue.js application is bind inside our app ID. If we are going to write outside anything from this ID, this will be not work with the Vue.js. It will totally separate part of our application, right? So I want to show you that how our application is bind with it. First of all, let's open the main.js. Here you can see that our application is mounted with the ID app, and where this app ID is declared, this is declared inside public index.html. So let's say I have another part of here. So let's say I have another div here, and it have ID like ID other. So can I communicate with this div with our Vue.js? Yes, you can communicate if you just provide your app ID inside other ID inside our main. Now you will find that your application is bind with that. Here you can see that our app ID is totally blank here, and ID other have h1 tag with the view and image and all, right? So let me just revert it. So now we have another question. So can we communicate with the any way with this ID other also, as well as with this ID app also? Yes, we can do it with the teleport component, right? So we will teleport our component from app ID to ID others, right? So what is the use of it? There is a lots of use. You can use them whenever you are making the dynamic footer. If you have a very static footer, then directly you can put your footer here inside app inside html index.html, right? You don't need to worry about that. You can directly put it here if your footer is completely static, right? So if there is some dynamic component, there is a various use case. You can use your reusable component, or you can directly use your teleport component, right? So another use, you can sometime you have some pop-up or dialog box here, and you want to just communicate it with our app ID, right? These kind of things we can use with the teleport. So let's see how we can make a footer with the teleport component, right? So I am going to make this ID, let's say footer, right? So now we don't need to work in this file, so I'm going to close it. So now we need a footer component. So I am making a component, let's say footer dot view, and let me define here template. We can close this template. Script tag we need, and we can close this script tag also. Style, and here we can put here simply h1 tag, or let's say h3 tag. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Let me write here footer of app, right? And I can make here some p tag also. We can put here copyrights code step by step, right? So our component is fine. Now we have to write here some script also, which is export default name can be, let's say, footer. There is something missing, I think. Why this name is not highlighted? Now this is fine. right? So let me import it inside home. So import here, import footer from footer.view. Perfect. And register this component inside our components footer, and now we can use it, right? Let's just take a look as a simple component first of all, then we will teleport it. And let me check here. You can see that this is our heading, and this is coming from our footer component. So how we can teleport it, how we can show this content here? For that we just need to simply use here teleport, and let's just close this teleport tag, and now put here to. In to we can put here hash and id, in which div id we want to teleport this component. So now let's simply put here footer, right? And we don't need this upper footer, we can just remove it. And let's refresh it. Now you will find that this stuff is coming inside our footer tag, right? So let me just add some style also, so that we can just make it a little bit user friendly, because now this is not look like a you can say footer. So let me add here a div tag, close it, and here we can put our content again, and we can add a class here. Let's say footer, footer. Let me add some style with my dev tool. So here what we can do here, let's say background color, we can add something like this. Color we can add here orange, or position absolute, width 100%, left 0, bottom again 0, and we can add here padding also. Let's say padding is or we can put here text align center. This is much better. And now we can put this thing, copy from here, and let's put inside here. So now you will find that this is working fine, right, as a footer. So, and if you want to some dynamic data, then this can also be possible. Let's say you just want to place here a button, or want to click element, and you want to use some input box and all, everything you can do, right? We just know that how we can make a form here, and how we can handle the click event and all in the previous videos. You can watch from there, right? So that's it. Now let's discuss some interview questions. So you know that what is the use of teleport component. You can just make a static footers, or you can use a dynamic footer. With the help of it, you can make pop-up boxes that is completely outside from your Vue app. And after that they can ask that, can we use two teleport component in a same application? Yes, we can use 2 or 3. Even in a home component we can use more than one, right? Okay, they can ask that, can we just put here some normal HTML stuff like h1 tag, and let me again h1 tag here like this, just right here yes or something. So can we do it with the footer, or should we just use two footer components here? You can use here normal HTML also, there is no issue, right? So what is that asking me to remove footer, because we are not using it, right? So you can use like this, but there is no style, that's why it will just coming here, right? These kind of questions can ask in the interviews. So if you still have any kind of question, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue JS 3-video tutorial, we will talk about lifecycle methods. So in this video we will learn what is lifecycle methods, what are the lifecycle phase, and what are the difference in both of them. One more thing, a lifecycle method and phase is available in all libraries and frameworks like Angular, React, and Vue, right? So they are not only belong with the Vue JS, they will belong with the every library and framework also. And I will also show you how human lifecycle is related with the Vue JS lifecycle also, right? So I will show you an example first of all with the normal human lifecycle. After that, I will just give a brief example about the Vue JS lifecycle. And this is completely a theoretical video. In the next video, we will jump on a practical example, and next 5 to 6 videos will basically belong to the lifecycle methods, because in interviews and when you are creating a project, lifecycle methods are really important. If they are you are not good in the lifecycle methods, then you might be you can make application, but this is not be a good and reliable for performance based, right? And might be at the interview time you got rejected because you maybe just some silly mistakes due to the lack of a little bit knowledge, right? So let's start with the first of all human lifecycle method. So let's make it very simple. In a human lifecycle, they have 4 phases. One, before birth, like egg and sperm. Second one, whenever babies come in the real world. And the third one is just growing up and learning new things, like just go to the college, then get married and just got babies and all. And the last one is pass away. So there is a 4 lifecycle method, 4 lifecycle phases, right? And same lifecycle methods are available in the Vue.js. Create, like before coming in the world, like a egg, and mount, just taking the birth in a real world. Update, like just getting more knowledge and getting school and college and getting married and all. Unmount, like pass away, right? These are lifecycle phases are not belong with the application, they belong with the component. Keep in mind, they not belong with the application, they belong with the every component. Every component have separate lifecycle phases, separate lifecycle method, right? So that's okay, we just got to know that every component have the 4 lifecycle method: create, mount, update, and unmount. But where they are actually used? So update and unmount can be understood easily, but there is a little bit confusion between create and mount. So you can see that and you can just easily understand that a component is just created, but what's the meaning with the mounted? Created, that means the HTML is just created, the tags like p tag and div tag is created in our component. Mount simply means data properties and normal properties methods are bind, or you can say that the mount with this HTML, right? So whenever we are creating, let me just check if we have. So here you can see that whenever a component is created, these HTML is created. Whenever this component and data properties methods are mount with this HTML, that is the second phase, which is mount. Update simply means whenever we are just making some events, like clicking on any button, and this button will be just call a function and update some values, update some data properties, that time we call it update. And last one is unmount, like we are hiding a component from our tab, like we have a 10 tabs. Whenever we will click on a one, then 9 other are just unmounted, only one is mounted, right? So we will learn in the deep all these things in our next upcoming videos, but in this video we are focusing only on theory. So we have the 4 phases like a human life. So what is the difference between phase and life cycle methods? So methods are the actual methods that call whenever these phases are happen. So we have a life cycle methods like created, like this, right? So this, so whenever our component is created, then this lifecycle method will be called. So what actually happened if we just did not write it here? Then it will not automatically call, because there is nothing to perform on this event. So we have a like this. So we can have another one like updated, right? This will be called whenever any data property will be update in our this component, right? So basically in Vue.js we have 8 lifecycle methods. Let's take a look. In a create phase, we have the two lifecycle methods, before create and created. Whenever our application is just starting to create, or component is just starting to create, then it's create. Before it's create, a create before create method will be called, and we can perform any operation like sending a request to the server, checking the internet and all, right? These kind of things. After creating, so we want to load some data properties, we want to change some color and all, then we can do it on here. After that, we have a mount phase, before mount and mounted. Here we can just add some APIs like HTTP calls and making a list and all. So why we cannot call APIs in directly create? Why we have the separate mount this? Because whenever we are calling this create API, might be our data is not ready, because this is not mounted with the HTML till now, right? That's why we always call our APIs mount or after mount. And after that, third one, whenever we'll clicking on a button and performing any on change and key press event, like before this press, and obviously they will just call after the press, but before updating something data, it will just call before update and update. And these are the last two one, before mount and unmount. Whenever we'll just hide these from our actual DOM, then they are called. So this is the basic things, and in the upcoming videos we will make a separate video for create, mount, update and unmount for all. So if you still have any confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Vue.js 3 tutorial, we will learn about before create and created lifecycle methods. We have three main points for this video. We will learn when they are called, example for before create and created, and interview questions also. In Vue.js, we have total 8 lifecycle methods, and remaining 6 lifecycle methods we will learn in the upcoming 3 videos. And keep in mind, lifecycle methods not actually belong to your application. They belong to your application's component. So let's say in your application you have 50 components. So every component have separate lifecycle methods, right? Now let's start with the first point, when they called. So firstly, we will talk about before create. Before create lifecycle method will execute before creating your component. Nothing will be execute before create lifecycle method. I can show you. And after your component will create, and you can say that basically your execution of JavaScript part of your component will be complete, and then created lifecycle method will be called. So now you can ask that, so what about HTML part? So HTML part will be covered inside the mounting lifecycle method. So in the next two lifecycle methods, which is before mount and mounted, and they will basically related to the HTML template part, right? So first thing is before create will be execute before creating anything. Nothing will be execute before it, and first of all it will create, then your data properties methods will be ready, and then your created method will be called. I can show you. First of all, I am just creating before create lifecycle method, and I'm going to make an alert here, because alert will stop your execution until we are pressing the OK. So let me just put here console, and now you will find that, so for that so that we can check that everything, we can refresh this page, and now you will find that nothing is displayed here. That means not our HTML is ready, I mean template part, and nothing here is executed. First of all, this method will be called, and now you will find that everything is created here. So now what you can see, that you can also put here created method, and again if you make an alert here and just simply put here created, same thing you will find here. First of all, before create method will be called, and after that created method will be called. HTML part will not gonna ready till the both are in a progress. Here you can see that I'm just refreshing it. Now you will find that before created is called, now created is called, and now you will find that your HTML will be ready. So how you can find that this JavaScript part will be created between before create and created, right? How we can see that? For that, you can just simply make a console here. Let me just make a console dot warn, and let me put here data is created, right? And now you will find that, let me just clear all these things and make the application refresh again. Before created is called, and I can just here you can see that. Okay, let me just refresh everything again. Just give me a moment. I think browser gonna hang. I think it will not clearing the console. So let me just open the new tab, 8080, and I must have to open the dev tool also. So let me call it. Now you will find that before created is called, after that data is created, and after that we have this console, right? So you might be think that okay, data created might be called first, after that data created lifecycle method is called first, then this data is created, because I will show you another example for this one. But here you can see that if created method is called first, then it will stop the execution, and this should not be print here till I am pressing OK, right? So first create before is called, then our data, methods and computed property will be ready, and after that create method is called. I can show you one more example. Let me just take a property here. Let's say my property name is name, which is Anil, right? And I can just simply alert it right here like Anil, right? Sorry, which is name. Tick. And now what I can do here, I am just changing. Okay, first of all, let's check that this is working fine or not. I need to just clear all this console and all, because I think they are before created, and due to the alert there is some issues, I think, right? Okay, let me just okay, now you can see that Anil is here, that is working fine, there is no issue. So if I am just trying to change here inside before create, this dot name is Sidhu, then you will find that this is not gonna change here, right? Let me just refresh it again, and you will find Anil is still there. The reason is, firstly before created is called, and after that these properties are created, right? That's why this is not changed. So if I am changing this here inside created, then you will find that now name properties has been changed. We can refresh it again, and here you can see that, right? So this is an interview question. In the interview question they might ask that what happen if we just trying to change the property inside before create? This will not gonna change, right? And in this Vue JS 3-video tutorial we will learn about before mount and mounted lifecycle method. So this is a short video, but in aspect of interview questions and in the aspect of learning, this is really important. So this video have 3 points when they both lifecycle method are called, example and interview question also. Yep. So let's start with the before mount. So the first question is when this lifecycle method will be called. So this is called just before your template is mounted with your component, and mounted component will be called whenever your template is just mount with your component, right? So in before mount you cannot access your HTML elements and tags and template part, right? So whenever you have to just get the value from your HTML part, whenever you are loading your page, then you must have to use mount component. I will show you why you have to use mount component. So let's say you are using before mount, and here you are just making a console dot warn, and here you want to access any specific node, any specific tag or complete HTML, right? So for that, what you will do, you can just simply write here this dot $el, right? So now what you will find that whenever you will run it, you will see that you will find here null, right? Because whenever before mount is called, the HTML part is not ready yet. So how you can just access this part? For that, you have to use mounted component. So you can just simply put here mounted and just change here the text so that we can identify them. And now you will find that, let me just refresh it again. Now you can see that we are getting our HTML part inside mounted component, because it will be called whenever your template part, or you can say that your HTML part is merged with your JavaScript part in a component. So in case of interviews, there can be a simple question: can we access our DOM or can we access our HTML part inside before mount? The answer is no. So how we can handle it? We have to use mounted lifecycle method. And, in this Vue.js 3 tutorial, we will learn about before update and updated lifecycle method. So these are the 3 points for this video. First of all, we will learn when they called, example and interview questions also. So first question is when they called. Before update lifecycle method will be called before updating your UI, and updated lifecycle method will be called after updating your UI, right? So for example, you have a counter and on a button click you are updating this counter. So whenever your value is updated and it will just about to show on your UI, that time your before update lifecycle method will be called, and after updating your UI, updated lifecycle method will be called. I will show you example and clear some doubts also. So first of all, let me take here before update lifecycle method, and after that let me call here updated lifecycle method, right? So let me just make a console first of all, console.log, and here I will print here some values like before update and after update, right? So when they call, whenever any value will be updated, right? So I must have to make a counter or something so that we can just check that this is updating or not. So let me take a button, close this button, add me here a text like update counter, and here I can print my counter value, let's say counter, and on button click, V means view, on click, and here we can put here counter equal to counter plus 1, right? And now you can see that these are updating and our lifecycle method will be called, but when they are called we did not get here because they are just simply text here, right? So what I can do here, first of all, I will just show you some example that some people are confused that they will be called before updating your props or values and after, right? But this is actually not true. Whenever I will just click on it, you will find that the value of both counter will be same, right? So they are not called whenever your props or data will be updated. They will be called whenever your update UI is called, right? So I can show you. So let me take a ref here. So let's say my ref name is count, and now what I can do here, this dot refs count, and here I can put simply text content, right? And same thing I can put here also. And now, because what is the difference in both of them? The counter is just simply printing the value, but this dot refs, and I have to use here dollar, will get the value from your UI, right? So you can easily identify the difference. So whenever I will click on, you can see that before updated get the previous value, and updated always get the after updated value, right? So here you always see that before update lifecycle method call current values, and updated lifecycle method will be called your updated value, right? So thanks for watching this video. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. Hello everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step, and in this Vue JS 3 video tutorial we will learn about before unmount and unmounted lifecycle method. So this video again have 3 points. First of all, we will learn when they call, example and interview questions. So the first question is when they called. So let's say you have a component and on a button click you want to remove your component, right? So where it is our button? Button is obviously in the parent component or anywhere else, and we want to remove some other component. That time, before removing that component from UI, before unmount lifecycle method will be called, and after removed your component, unmounted lifecycle method will be called. In Vue JS 1 and 2, these lifecycle methods will actually not exist. Vue JS 1 and 2 have before destroy and destroyed lifecycle method, and in a Vue JS 3 we have before unmount and unmounted lifecycle method. So now you again have a question. So whenever we want to remove our component from our UI, then why we need these lifecycle method? What we want to achieve them? So sometime we are using some special events like set time interval or timeout in our component. So they never removed whenever your component will be removed, right? They will work in a background. So we want to clear these events and we want to remove these things manually, right? So that our application can perform better and take less memory in Chrome and load faster. So that time we want to perform some operations, some logic on these events, right? So let's see how this is actually working, and I will show you the difference in both of them, because whenever you want to remove a component, you might be confused that what thing we need to do in before unmount and what we have to do in a unmounted lifecycle method. I will show you that also. So this is our output screen. So I am going to make a component. Let's say, let me just remove this component first of all, user, and let me make again. So let's say my component name is user.view, and let me define a template here. Let me close this template, and we can take some h1 tag or something like let me put here text like user component, right? And now we need a script tag, and we can close this script tag, and let's put here default export, and let's put its name like user, and I think I have to put here export default, right? Yep. And now we can import it inside our home component. So let's put here import user from user, sorry again what I'm doing, user.view, right? And you can put semicolon if you want, and let's register this component in a components property. We need components property, and now let's simply put here users, and let's use this users here in our DOM now like this. So let's check the output. This is working fine. So might be this h1 tag gonna confuse you, so I'm removing it, right? Now on a button click, I want to remove this component. like this. Let me just close this button and put here height, right? Everything is fine. Now let me take a data property, data. We can return here, and in return let's just hide, just show a property name is true by default. And what I can do here, on a button click I can just hide and show it, right? So let me put here v on click, and let me put here show equal to false. And now let's put here v if, you can put here show. So let's see by default what we are getting here. By default we are getting an error. So let me just fix it. Now whenever I'm clicking on it, now you can see that this is hidden, right? So even we can make it toggle also, but I just want to go with the hide for a moment, right? So now in a user, I can simply put here these two lifecycle methods, like before unmount, and let me make a console here, console.warn or console.log, whatever you want to use, and I'm putting here like this, right? And now let's see, is it working or not? Here you can see that this is working fine. So any operation that you want to perform before remove your component from UI or before unmount, then you can do it inside this function, right? So we have another function which is unmount, actually unmounted, and here we can make it console like this. And now what we can do here, whenever I'm gonna clicking on it, okay, let me just load it again. You can see that both lifecycle method will be called. So now some viewers or learners can be confused that, okay, so we have to write our code where, in before unmount or unmounted. So I want to clear one thing. Any operation that will be impact on your this component UI, that can be done inside before unmount, and anything that you want to perform in other component, right, after removing this component, then you can do it here, right? So the reason is you cannot find your UI or this component inside unmount. I can show you example. So let's say you have a ref with it, and our ref name is user. So whenever you want to get here this dot dollar refs user, then you will find that you can get this old h1 tag here. So let me show you example. Here you can see that, right, we have old data here with the component. So but so that if you want to perform any operation on the UI, then you can perform it there. But let's say you want to perform any operation on UI in unmounted, then you can't, because now you will get here null. You will find that now you have null. So in unmounted you don't have any UI part, any ref and all, so you can perform there. So that's all. In interviews, they interviewer can ask that what is the difference between before unmount and unmounted. You can simply tell that before unmount will call just before unmounting or destroying your component, and unmounted called after destroyed your component. And the second difference is in before unmount you can get your UI, you can work with your ref, and anything that you want to do with your DOM, then you can do it here. And inside unmount you can perform any operation that can impact on other components UI, but it should not be use UI of current component, because it will be always null in here. So that's all for this video. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Vue JS 3 video tutorial we will learn about routing. So these are the 6 steps that we'll be following in this video. First of all, we will learn what is routing and why we use it. After that, we will install routing package. We will make a routing configuration file. After that, we will define routes and make links for route. And at the last, this example will be completed and we will discuss some interview questions related to routing at a basic level, right? Because 2 or 3 more videos we will be make on routing, like 4 or 4 page, how we can pass the parameters and all. But basic things about routing will be completed in this video. So first question is why we use routing. So in many websites you may see that we have basic pages like a home page, profile page, login page, contact us, and about us page, etc. Right? So in single page application like Vue JS or Angular or React, we cannot use directly anchor tag because it will reload your pages, right? So that we have to use this routing package, and it will define the different package without reloading, right? So we need to install this package. So first of all, I'm just going to jump on command line and we will stop it and simply write here npm I or npm install vue -router next. It will be install your latest package, and within that time we can make our configuration file also. But yeah, we are going to define 3 routes for in this video. One is home page, another is login page, third one is profile page. So we need 3 components, but for now we have only one component, which is home. So I'm going to make 2 more pages like profile dot view, and after that let me make login dot view. You can put any name to these. This is not mandatory that you have to put only login. You can even put here sign in page also, whatever you want, right? And we don't need footer in this, so I am going to remove it because it may confuse you. So to make it very quickly, what we need to do, let's copy and paste this code, or I can just remove this code also. I don't need this code, right? Sorry for that, because this code is belong to the last video. And we can copy and paste here, and let's change the name like login page, and define name like login, and same thing we can do with the profile. Profile page, and let's put here profile here. Perfect. So, and I need to fix this one also. So now we have 3 pages, that's fine. And now we want to convert these 3 pages to routes, right? And our package is also installed here. You can see that this is installed and with the 0 vulnerabilities. That means good. So now let's go to the route of src folder and let's make your configuration file. Even you can make this configuration file anywhere in your project, but I will prefer in a simple project you can make it on a src folder. So just simply put here routes.js. Keep in mind this file should not be like routes.vue, it should be like route.js. that js extension must be that. And now let's import something from Vue router, and we have to import 2 things. One is basically router web history or something, sorry, which is create web history, right? So that every route can make a history also in browser, and after that create router. And now we have to import our components. So let's say import home from components home dot view. Similarly, let's import 3 more, second and third one, for profile and login, and let's change the respectively name also, profile and login. Fine. Now what we can do here, let's make a const and define routes, and it can be make objects inside it. Every route have its own object, and it have three properties: path for the component path, for route path, name for component, and component on which path we want to load. So let's say my route name is home here. First of all, which is, let's say, home. My bad. On which path we want to open this route? On slash, and that means it will open on a root path. So it can be like home also, but we did not like show this, but we can show like about and all, but we are making home route here, so we can just make it blank, or you can say that root path. And after that, a component, which component we want to load on here. So we want to load profile, login, or home. Obviously home. So let's define here home. And with a similar way, we have to define two more routes, one for login, and here we will load our login component, and path can be like login. And after that, profile, sorry for spell, and again profile, and component name will be again profile. So that's fine. Now we have to create the web history and create route. So let's take a const here and make a route, and here create route is a function basically, and it will accept two parameters within it will accept a object as a parameter, and it have history, and history can be like create web history, and this is again a function. After that, we can define here routes, right? We are just registering this routes constant as a second key. That's fine. And now we need to export it. So we can just simply put here export default router. That's fine. Work for this file has been completed now. So now what we can do here, now we can register this file inside our main. So let's import it here. Import routers from routes, and here we can use dot use, and sorry, this is not use context, this is simply use. Sometime autocomplete may glitch, and here we can register our routes. That's fine, router has been registered. So now we can just start it with the npm run serve, and we can check everything is working fine. But still routing is not completed. There is some few points are still remaining. I will show you, but first of all, let's check the output. Everything is fine in routes.js file, or there is something missing, right? So yes, first thing is we should not to use here semicolon, we can use here comma, because it's showing the readme here, so I guess that. Okay, use context is not defined. So where I use context, maybe this is imported by mistakenly, that one, right? So I can remove it, and now we can reload it. But now you can see that routing is here. This is by default, like routing is not working. There is a no links and all. And if you are guessing that you are right, because this content is still coming from app.vue. Here you can see that we have a home page and all. So if I remove it from home page, then you will find that there is a no routing and all. There is only let me just take it home, and yep, I have to compile it again. Yep, because I have to remove this component registry and this, because I just removed the home component from here. Now you will find that only image is here, right, which is coming from default image. So if I just remove here and put here h1 tag like app component, then you will find that we are right. So this is not coming from route. So what we can do here, for that, to show the routings, what we need to do, we have to use here router view, right, and we need to close it also. So is it working with that way also? So let me check. Yes, this is working. So if I am just jumping on login page is here. If I just jump on a profile page is here. But how we can make links here? And first thing is, which is very important, I have to remove this routing and putting here home page. So let me go on there and just put here home page, right? And now how we can define these routes here, or everything is defined, but how we can define the links for these routes? For that, just simply go again on app.view and simply mention here router link, and let's close it also, and just define here home page. So let me see what is we are showing here. So let me refresh it. Nothing is working. Maybe we missed something, which is path, and we can path here for slash, because this is the home page path, right? And again let's refresh. Again we missed something. I think I already provided that, but let me check again. Okay, so sorry, so I just need to put here 2, not path, and now this is working fine for home page. So we can define this 3 link also, like login page, profile page, and here you can define login. We have to just match this 2 with path, right? So if you mismatch it, the route will not gonna open. And now let's see, home page, profile page, login page, everything is working fine, but let's make a line break with that, right? br, and here we go. Now this is much better. So in next video we will learn that how we can pass parameters, like here we can pass here like name, ID and all, and after that we will also learn that how we can show the 404 page and kind of things. So thanks for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. Hello everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step, and in this Vue JS 3 tutorial we will learn about dynamic routing. So these are the 4 steps for this video. First of all, we will learn what is dynamic routing, how we can pass parameters with routing, how we can get parameters in a component, and after that I will tell you what is the use of routing, and at the last we'll discuss an interview question related to the dynamic routing. So let's start with the first question. What is dynamic routing? So whenever we want to pass some data inside our routing on a click, and we want to get it inside the another page or another component, we call it dynamic routing. I want to give you an example. For example, whenever I'm just clicking on a home, there is nothing for a route. Whenever I click on a login, there is a static route, right? If I am going to just change something here, let's say I just put here 1 and I'm just going to enter, then you will find that login page is just break from here. Here you can see that we have nothing to show here, because router just know the login, he don't know what is login 1, right? That's why we call it static routing. All right, so let's say whenever I will just click on that one, now you will find that after profile I have some name like Anil, Peter, right, and Bruce, right? So that we call basically dynamic routing. If I just put here let's say John, then it will just accepting, and this data is passing from routing to here also. So we call it dynamic routing, basically passing data through routing from a click, or you can say that from one page to another page, basically a dynamic routing. So how we can achieve it? So I am just going to remove the code that I done in my last video, or I mean just for making the static making for a dummy purpose, so that I'm just removing this content so that I can show you from scratch, right? And I will show you the dynamic routing from the scratch. If you just want to watch the how we can just implement static or simple routing, then you can watch our last video. All right, so come back here. So first of all, what I just want to do, I want to make some profile pages, like profile for Peter, profile for Anil and all. I just want to mention some links here. So where I can mention here, I can mention in my app.view. Here you can see that we already have 3 links. So I'm putting 3 more. Let's say we can put here Peter's profile, right? Bruce profile, and here we can put here Anil's profile, and that's here you can see that the name is changed, but the content, or you can say that the link is same. So what I'm just going to do here, I am putting here Peter and Bruce and Anil. But now you find that our page is actually broke up. Here you can see that home is working fine, this is also working fine. So whenever I will just click on Bruce, then you will see that profile page is not here, on that not on a Anil click, and not on a Peter and Bruce, right? Route is actually changing, but we have nothing to get here, and we have some kind of warning, no route is matched, because till now our codeists don't know how to handle profile and browse data. He can handle the profile because he know that how we can handle the static data for profile, but how he can handle the Anil and Bruce and Peter's dynamic data. So for that, what we have to do, we have to go in a route, and here you can see that we already mentioned here profile, right, for path. So I am now putting here, I can put here like Anil, but is it a good way? No, because if I just put for Anil, then how it will match for Peter and Bruce, and it can be thousands of dynamic URL. So that I can make it dynamic like colon and name. Name. So what is the name is? This is the parameter that code actually understand that I have to send something with the name of parameter, right? So I will just show you the use of this parameter also, but first of all, let's understand it, this is working or not. So whenever I will just click on Anil, this is working fine, right? I can go on the home and Peter and anywhere, wherever I go, it's working fine. But how we can get this Bruce data inside our profile page? This is the another thing, right? So now let's see. First of all, we have to go on that page. So let's simply go on that profile one, and now we have to import the use router. First of all, let's import something from Vue router. Okay, and now we can just import here use route. All right, और उसके बाद let's use mounted lifecycle method. We learned this lifecycle method in last some videos. You can check out in a playlist if you did not watch that video, right? And first of all, let's take a route. Let's say we can put this const name is route, and just use here route, use route, and this is kind of method. So now let's check that what we are getting inside this route one, and let's put here route as a static keyword so that we can understand from where this route is consoling actually, right? And now let's come back here, and now you can see that we actually getting, so let me just check again. we are getting some unreadable form of data, so we don't need to worry about that. Just simply put here dot params, right? And now you can find that we are getting with the Bruce. Again, if you just check that, we are getting okay Bruce, and now we are getting Anil and all. So just simply put here dot name, and now we will get the actual name of the user. So again, you can check with the Peter and with the Anil and all, right? Great. So next thing, that how can we print this name inside here? Yes, we can print. So let's take a property. So for that we need to define it. So just return profile. By default it's blank property. We can put here comma, and now let's simply use here this dot profile is route dot params dot name, right? So now what we can do here, we can just simply put here like this profile, and let's simply put like this profiles for that one, right? So now here you can see that we are getting Anil's profile, Bruce profile, and Peter profile and all, right? With that way we can make it dynamic. Same way we can pass the ID here also, because in most of the cases this is let's see that what we just got till now. We got what is dynamic routing, how we can pass parameter, how we can get parameters, but what is the use of it? The use is in a Facebook or in a LinkedIn or in a many other social media platforms, you find that every user have a specifically link here. Like if I just want to mention about my like Anil test URL or something, right? After that, whenever we will just click on it, right? This social media site fetch the data the behalf of this URL, and we get the complete profile for any user, right? And for that they actually pass the IDs, right? So if I just put here like 1 ID, 2 ID, and 3 ID and all, right? And after that, whenever they will get all this data here, then they call the API and show this data, right? Basically this is the process behind that. All right, so now okay, my PC's battery running low, that's okay. So if I just pass it, now you can see that we got this tools ID, because we are just passing the data from tools from here, right? You can understand that. Okay, that's the okay. We can pass here again the Anil and Bruce and name, that's okay. I just want to show you that how we can pass the ID. So can we pass two parameter here also, like ID and then name? Definitely we can pass here. There's nothing big for that. You just need to put here the route, just simply put here like ID or phone number or whatever parameter you want to pass. You can just simply pass it from here, right? And in the interviews they can ask that how we can pass the 2 parameter or 3 parameter and all, and the answer is yes, definitely we can pass it, and that's the way that we can pass. So thanks for watching this video. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. Hi everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step. My name is Anil, and in this Vue JS 3 video tutorial we will learn about what is 404 page. Right, so this video have 3 major points. We can see that what is 404 page. We will make a component for 404 and we will add a route for 404, right? So let's start with the first question. What is 404 page? So as you know, in our application we define route for every path. Here you can see that we define the path for home page, login page, for profile page and all, right? But what actually happen if someone call the path which is not defined in our URL? So let's say I want to call here about us page, contact us page, or by mistakenly someone just call here misspell something, right? For example, I just want to show you. Here you can see that home page is working, login page is working and everything, right? So let's say I just call here XYZ by mistakenly anyhow from our application. That time there is a no page, this page is totally broken. Here you can see that just menus are defined here, there is a no page name and all, right? For that time we defined a by default page that will be open if any of our route is not matched, right? And that we call it 404 page, or we also can say that page not found. So now let's see to make a component and a route, so that how we can show it. So first of all, I am making a component, let's say page not found, or you can put any name to it. It's not mandatory that you must have to put the same name. And so that we can make it very quickly, I am just copy and pasting it. 404 page I can put here. The page name is, component name is page not found. Great. And if you want, then you can just remove this style also. It's totally up to you. Now let's import it in the route. So just simply put here import page not found from components page not found dot view, right? And now we have to add a route for it. As we are adding 3 properties, we have to add the 3 properties. So first of all, let me add here a name. It can be not found or anything, because it's not matter much. And path, and here you specify have the path which can be like star, right? Which will be accept all the request which is not matched up, right? So you can just put here slash path match, sorry, I have to use here colon, path match, and this will be like a function with the dot star. That means it will accept all the extension star, that means all pages also, or you can say that all routes. And after that, the component, which component you want to load here, so which will be a page not found. That's it. Yes, that's it. So you can make a format to it if you want. And now let's see here, our home page, Peter, login, everything is working. And let's say if I'm just putting here about, and here you can see that we got here 404 page. If I just put here by mistakenly XYZ, again this is working on a Peter profile. So if I just put here profile 1 2 3 or anything, it's again showing 404 page. That means it's showing a common page for not found URLs. So thanks for watching this video. If you still have any kind of confusion, ask me in the comment box. Hi everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step. My name is Anil, and in this video we will discuss about what is API. So this is the complete series for Vue JS 3, and in next video we will learn that how we can integrate API in Vue JS 3. But before that, we must have to know what is API, who develop it, how we can test it, what are the API methods and examples and all, right? So that before just starting with the programming with APIs, you must have to know what are they, why we are using it and all, right? So let's start with the first question. What is API? The API full form is application programming interface, right? Basically this is the interface for sharing the data between two applications. So all right, why we need to share the data between two applications, right? The simple answer is JavaScript, in which we are making, or we are using Vue JS, React or Angular. They cannot connect with database directly, right? So how we will basically connect? We will connect through the APIs. So who make the APIs? APIs make basically backend developers. So in which language the API is basically developed? API is basically developed in any server-side scripting language like Node.js, PHP, Python, Java, C#, right? These server-side scripting language basically make APIs, and we will use them to display the data on front end via JavaScript, or you can say that the JavaScript framework and libraries like Vue JS, React and Angular, right? One more thing, these APIs are basically usable with the multiple platforms. Same API is integrated on a web for display the same data or same website, and same API is used for iOS and Android application. Let's say you want to book a train ticket or aeroplane ticket or a movie ticket, right? And then you maybe just seen that you can just book the same movie with via the iOS application, via the Android application, and via the web application, and everywhere the data is like almost similar. So how this data is almost similar? Because they are using the same API for all platforms, right? So we basically for example in Python or in Node.js, we just create a API, and after that we are integrating it in our web, Android and iOS for all places, right? So now you are pretty much familiar why we are using APIs, because we cannot connect JavaScript directly with the database, and we develop them in a server-side scripting language, and we call them backend development, like you can say that Node developer or Python developer and all, right? And APIs are same APIs can be integrated in the different devices also, as I told you. So how APIs actually look like? So here you can see that this API is an example of GET APIs. So now you may ask that what is GET API? So APIs have different methods. So all right, so what are the methods and why we use them? So see, like we want to fetch the data from database or from API, then we use GET APIs. We want to send some data via APIs, right? Why we want to send API? Let's say you just book a movie, so your amount and where you want to see and your name and some other details are saved in the database, right? And API basically just get all this information from your device and send to the database, and they are doing with the post APIs, right? After that, let's say if someone want to update this API data, then they can update via put method, and if they want to delete some data, then they can delete via delete methods. All right, so I will show you these methods also, where these methods. So any other methods? Yes, there is a lots of other methods, but we mostly use 99% we use only these 4 methods only. Get for getting the data, post for saving the data, put for updating the data, and delete for deleting the data. That's all right. So how we can integrate these APIs? So see, integration of these APIs are a little bit different in all platform, in all technologies. This is a there is a different way to integrate API in Vue JS, different way for Angular and React, and different way for Android and iOS, right? So because every technology has a different developer, so they know that how can they integrate, and in Vue JS we will also learn that. But for testing the APIs, we have the similar tool, which is Postman. Here you can see that. I will show you the methods and all here, and I will show you that how you can test one APIs also. But how you can get this tool? For that, you can just install it like Postman, right? And you can download it from the official website, but it will take around 100 MB of you, so you may don't want to just use it. So you have a plugin for Chrome for Postman, so you can use this plugin, which is very lightweight. Here you can see that. In your when you will visit this first time this plugin, you may just find that install app, because I already installed it. That's why it will just ask me for launch app. So whenever you will click on it, then you will get this interface like this, right, which is the Postman. So here you can see that we have a get method, post method, put and delete and all. We will learn every method, that how we can just call get APIs, post API, put APIs in the upcoming videos with the Vue.js. But let's test one API. Here you can see that I have a to-dos API, right? So I can just simply put my URL here and just send it like this. And here you can see that if there is some good result, status is 200, that means everything is working fine, API is working fine. So why we need to test this API? You may have another question. The reason is, let's say you are integrating API in any front-end technology like React or Vue or Angular. That time you are facing some error. That time how will you know that they are error from your side, or might be API is not actually working? Maybe their issues are coming from API side. That time maybe we just waste the lots of time, or maybe we don't get to know that where is the issue. That time Postman will help us, and it can tell that if there is a data, that means everything is working fine. If there is no data, that means there is some issue, right? So that's all for this video. In next video we will learn that how we can integrate our first API, and here that API we will integrate in our Vue.js, right? So you may have another question like, so these are the no security and all with these APIs. No, this is actually a basically dummy API, and so that this API is available without any token, without any security and all. But when we create APIs, Postman will basically backend developer make it very secure, and they have the tokens and all for APIs, right? So thanks for watching this video. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step. My name is Anil, and in this Vue.js 3 tutorial we will learn that how we can call a API. So guys, if you don't know what is API, how it's actually work, then you can watch our previous video. Link is given in the description box. In that video I describe that what is API, who actually make it, how we can test it, what are the API methods, and an example of API also, right? So if you have basic idea, then you can continue with that video. Otherwise you can watch our previous video also. So before starting with this video, I want to share some information with you. If you are looking to purchase domain name or hosting, then you can purchase it with Domain Racer, and you will get multiple benefits. First thing is, price are just started with the 59 rupees per month. Second thing is, they will provide you Lightspeed technology with the SSD disk, free SSL certification, and cPanel also, right? And there is a lots of other features. And one more which is very important feature is they have a free website builder tool also. This is the totally free of cost, and if you are not familiar with the code, then you can use that tool to develop your website, and this is absolutely free of cost, right? So now let's come back and let's start with the points of that video. We need to install the Axios package so that we can call API. This is basically a API call helper. After that we will test our API, and this is our API URL. I will provide you that URL in the description box also. So if you are practicing with the API, then you can use it. And after that I will make a function to call API and describe property also, so that you can just store this API data in that property and we can display here. So let's start. First of all, let's install the Axios package. How we can install it? This is very simple. You just need to use the npm command. Just use here npm I or npm install Axios and hit enter, right? So it will just take a moment. Within that time we can test our API. So why we will test our APIs? So let's say you are just integrating the API, but you are facing some issues. So that time you might not be sure that you are just doing something wrong with that API, or this API have the error from the backend, right? That's why we must have to test the API. So this is the get API for user data. This is basically dummy user data, and we can just paste it here, our URL, and just click on a send button. Now you can see that we got the data here. There is some other information also, but for a moment you can ignore it because we are just using that data. I will describe this data also in the upcoming videos, but as a front-end developer we don't need to care about that data at a basic level at least, right? So these are the old data. So now API is also working fine, so we are ready to go to integrate this API. And here you can see that package is also installed, so I am just closing that command and importing that package first of all, so that it can help us to integrate API. So just put here import something from Axios. So just put here and just import this Axios package, right? And now I am using here mounted lifecycle method. As you know, this will be called whenever our data is mounted with our DOM, and in here we can call our API. So let me take a variable, let's say result, and here I am just going to call Axios dot get method, right? And here we can put our API URL, right? But keep in mind, whenever you will call API, you must have to make this function async, because when we are calling API, it takes some time and this will return a promise. To handle this promise, we need async await. So just simply use async and make it await here, right? Now let's get this URL from here to and pass it as a parameter in a get. So now let's just try to make a console.warn or console.log and check the result what we are getting in here in that. So here you can see that we are getting data. So we have config, data, headers and much more things, but we just need header data here. We don't need headers at all, right? So we have a data property, and inside data again we have a data property. So how we can just get this proper data result dot data property, and now you can see that we are getting these 6 result. Great. So let's store these result in any property. So I need to just define a property, take a data method, return, and just take a list property. By default it can be a blank array. And now let's simply use here this dot list equal to result dot data, right? So let's see, everything is working fine. Yep, there is no issue. So now how we can display this data? So we can display it with the help of table, we can display it with the help of list and UL and li, but in that video I will just make a simple p tag and I will take a for loop with that. In the upcoming video I will just display it in a table and UL li also, because if I am just going to use here table and UL li, this video gonna be lengthy. So I am just going to take a p tag and closing it. Now here I can use here v for loop, and it can be like item in list, and we can take a key also, and it can be a like item dot id, right? So because it should be a unique, so id is always unique, we can use it. And after that let's take a double curly braces, put here item dot id, and let's see what we are getting here. So you can see that we are getting the id, and let's open it. You can match it, right? This is working fine now. So let me show here a email also. So item dot email, this is also working fine. So I just want to maintain some space, that's why I am taking here some spaces, and similarly I am taking again a first name here also, first name. So how do I know that it have the email, first name and all? Because when I just console this data, here you can see that I know that there are the fields, right? So now we have the ID, email address, and here we have the name. We can also use here image tag to display the image and last name and all, but we will do in the upcoming videos. But because the purpose of this video is call API and display some data, and we achieved it, right? So in the next video we will just make a complete list with it, with the images also. So if you have any other query, you can ask me in the comment box. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. Hi everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step. My name is Anil, and in this Vue JS 3-video tutorial we will learn that how we can display a list from API data. In last video we fetched the data with get API, but this is not a proper list. Here you can see that if I am talking about the code, you can see that we just take a p tag and apply a for loop with it, right? And just manage some spaces and all, but this is not a proper list. So in this video we will learn that how we can make a list. For that we have to apply the 3 points. First of all, we will use this for loop within that list. We will show the image and apply some style also. And before starting with this video, I want to share some information with you. If you are looking to purchase domain name or hosting, then you can get it with the domain racer, and you will get the multiple benefits. Here you can see that you will get the 60% off on SSD hosting. You will get reseller hosting here also, and you can get any kind of domain like .com, .in, .xyz, org, info, everything you will get here. And one more thing, and which is very interesting, if you are not familiar with the code, or you don't want to make a website with the code, then you can use their tool. There is a free of cost website builder tool that can help you to make website without any coding, right? So go for domain racer and grab these benefits. So now let's back to our video. First of all, I am just going to remove the old code, not which is the API call, just code which is showing the list here, right? So let me just remove it. And see guys, we have different approach. We can use table here, we can also use CSS flags, we can use ULLI, we can use bootstrap list and all, but there is a lots of way, but we will use here which is most used way, which is ULLI, right? So now let's see. First of all, I am just going to change this text and putting here users data, and now let me use a UL here. Let me close it, and I am putting a class also here, which is, let's say, item, or you can use any name to this class. We will use it for style, right? After that I am applying here for loop. So for that we have to use for v, that means view for, and we can take item in list. And what is the list here? This is the data property, and we also have to apply a key. So just simply put here key, and it can be item.id, right? And now I am taking a li here, that means li, not li, and just simply put here item dot any key like id, name, email, whatever you want. So here you can see that we have a very simple list. So we can also add some other li with the keys like email. We have another one which is first name, and there is a lots of other also. For if you want to check all of these, you can check here. Let me just open the console, right? And here you can see that we have the avatar. We will show the image also with the help of avatar, email, first name, id, last name, right? So we are using id, first name, and email, but till now this is not a proper you can say list, because this is not in a proper readable form, right? So how we can make it in a readable form? For that we can add some style here. So simply put here style tag, close it, and now simply take here item, and let me take here dot item. We need that, and we also need dot item li, And we can also add style directly here, but I just want to show you applying on a real time. That's why I will apply with the dev tool, right? So just use here .li and just apply here display. We can use here inline block here, and we can apply border. Let's say border is 1 pixel. Solid, we can apply the width, let's say 180 pixel. You can apply the text alignment, it can be center, right? We can apply some padding also, like padding 5 pixel, right? So this is now looking much better list. So let's just put here this style here. So now what we can do here, we can also make we can also apply here one more list for image. So let me close it, and let's take here a list, image. And as we know, image must have a scr, and we can just simply take a double quotes colon, so that it can be work like a proper dynamic URL. Otherwise, if we are not using that one, it will be considered as a string, right? So item dot avatar, here you can, I already shown you from where we can get the path, right? So we can use that one also, dot avatar. So now let's see how it's actually looking. This is not looking good actually. You can see that the image width is really big, and this is not actually in the proper ratio also, right? So what we can do here, we can also take again dot item image, and let's apply the width around 50 pixel or something, right? And let's see, now this is much better from last one, but still not fine. So now what you can do here, just simply put here display flex, and it will automatically adjust the width and height of all list, right? So with that, we can show a proper list. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. Hi everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step. My name is Anil, and in this Vue JS 3-video tutorial, we will learn that how we can send data to API with post method. So these are the points for this video. First of all, we will make a input form. After that, we will get the data from these input forms to data properties, and then we will test our API, because before integrating any API, we must have to check this is working fine or not. If there is some issue with API, then we should not integrate it, right? Because there is already some issue with the API, then it will not work. And if this is working fine, then we will integrate it, and we will send the data to API, and at the last we will test that data is saving with the API, everything is working fine or not, right? So let's start with making a form. So let me add here 2 input fields. Actually, we don't need to make here actual form which is like this, right? Because when we are working with the single page application, or like Vue, React, JS and all, then we don't need to submit and it all, right? So we can just add some input fields here and get the data from these input fields. So just use here input type, and it can be like text, name can be like email, and we can close it, right? And we can make one more field. Let's say one is email, second one is password, and whenever we are checking it, you can see that there is no space and line space between them. So what I am going to add here, so I am using here br tag to add here line break, and 2 more add break br tags for space with the button. Now let's add here button also like this, and just add here some text like add new user or something. Now let's see how it's look like. I must have to close this button also. right? Now this is working fine. Great. So now let's make a function which is called whenever we will click on that button, right? So for that, what we need to do here, just define here methods property, and here we can just simply add any method like add user or something, and here we can just make a console.log or console.warn. Just put here function called or something, and on button click let's call it. So here we can use here v, that means view, on colon click, and here just add your function name which is add user, my bad, add user, like this. And now let's see, is it working fine or not? Whenever I am clicking on it, function is called perfectly fine. So now let's get the data from these input fields. So for that I need to define some properties. So just return here and add two properties like email. Email can be like blank by default, right? Password, again it will be blank by default. And now just simply add here v model, and here simply put this name, field name, like input, and with the second one we can simply add here like password, and we can add here comma also. We can format it, everything is working fine. Here we can see that, right? So now let's see how is data is perfectly saved in these fields and or not, right? So for that, what I can do here, I can just simply check here this dot email comma this dot password. So let's say test ID is Bruce @ or password is 123. Now you can see that form is working fine. We get these value inside our data properties. Button is also working fine with the function. Everything is great. Now let's test our API. So what is our API URL? This is my API URL, and actually I am using here JSON server for making these APIs. So what is JSON server? If you don't know, then don't worry, link is given in the description box for video. I already created a video on it. So now let's select the post method. This is my API URL, and in the body we have to send two fields, right? So these are the email, right, and some data like peter@test.com. After that, let's send the password, and here we can send like 123@peter or something. Fine. So for moment you can see that we have only one data here. So whenever I will just save it, now you can see that this is returning 201 created. That means a new record is inserted here, and here you can see that. That means API is working fine. So third result we will add with our code, right? So now what we need to call this API, we need Axios package. In last video I already told you that how you can install this Axios package. Just go to the npm.npmjs.com site sorry for that guys, and you can just install it directly, right? So now I already installed it, so I'm not going to install it again. So now just import it here, import Axios from Axios. Axios, perfect. So now here let's add this Axios dot post method, right? Because if we are getting the result, then we can use here get, because this is defining the post. So let's simply use here post, and in the first parameter we have to pass our API URL, which is that, and in the second parameter we can send our parameters, right? So what are our parameters, and what parameters we need to send here? Email and password. So just come back here and simply put here email. It will be this dot email, that means that one, and the second parameter will be password, and here again this dot password. This dot password belongs to data properties, right? And now, as you know, API is obviously async, so what we can we can make them async and use here let result equal to await this API result. And now just make console dot warn to that result so that we can check this is working fine or not, right? I hope everything should be fine. Now let's come back here and add some data like Peter, and I'm adding some again Peter 123 at the rate Peter, some password and all, right? Whenever I will click on it, now you can see that status is again 201. Text is created, that means everything is working fine. Whenever I'm refreshing it, you will find that third result is added. So we can add one more result. So for that, let's see that how we can make it like completely password. So how we can just put here dot and all. You just need to change this type property password, and now if I just put here anil@test.com, then password 123@anil, and I am putting here add. Now you can see that again this is saved, and here is our fourth result. So we don't need to add here IDs because they are auto incremented. So thanks for watching this video. If you still have any query, any confusion, you can ask me in the comment box.